Did I forget about you? No, my God, no. I've literally spent the last hour getting ready for you. And I know it looks like I kind of just rolled out of bed and put on whatever was closest to me, but no, no. Every bit of the outfit is purposefully put together for, I'll be honest, my comfort. It's just me and my comfort today. And I never wear jeans on stream. But I look great in jeans, and these ones are so comfy. So today it's jeans. Jeans. Chat even bonded, waiting for stream. Did you guys figure it out? That the waiting soon is for y'all to get your boners all synced up together? I'm glad. Only took you 6 years. Oh, you do look cozy. Oh, I'm so cozy. I need to be cozy today. I have a power hangover from how exquisite yesterday was. Yes, the apple bottom jeans and the boots with the fur. If you guys want to buy me jeans, I am so amenable to it because I found the best jeans for women like me, for the goyles like me. Yes, for the big-assed women with little waists. Abercrombie and Fitch, Curve, Love. Abercrombie and Fitch famously is for like the thinnest and whitest people imaginable. Not ideal. But they got in so much trouble for maintaining that type of brand that they really swung hard in the other direction, and they have made the most amazing curvy jeans imaginable. I'm so grateful for the curvy jeans. But where is this top from? Oh my gosh, I feel like you can buy this. I got it from like a garage or Ardennes or Ardennes, however you want to pronounce it, truly. We love the jeans, V. My boner is now synced up, and I did have an update to go through. Thank you. It's the 90s. You guys, it's the 90s. Let's just pretend it's the 90s and not the 20s. And there's like a looming world war coming and gigantic economic downturn. Abercrombie and thick, more like it. Oh my god, Dashing, yes! 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 I was born in 97. Oh my god, I could be your babysitter. I'm literally your babysitter. I'm old enough to be your fucking babysitter. How does that make you feel? You can watch one more episode of InvaderVie and then you have to go to bed. If it was up to me, I would let you stay up all night. But if your parents get home and you're still up, I'm gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get in trouble. I don't want either of us to get in trouble. Welcome back to the Roaring 20s. Oh my god, yeah. We need to start roaring a little bit more, yeah. Oh, but will you tuck me in? You guys, there's no tucking that away. Oh, do you want to wear your bandana? Oh, is it time to put your bandana on because you're naked? Oh, she's like, no, it's time to play with the bandana. I'm naked. Can I show you the split? Can you actually do the splits? Don't tell me that you can show me the splits if you're not actually going to do the fucking splits. Don't do that to me. Because I've seen an adult man jump up and do the splits for me. So like, I've been there. I've accepted that into my life, as many of you have accepted Jesus Christ into your lives. Oh, hi, V. Oh, hi. I'd somehow do it for you, V. No, you got it. And that's really the thing. It's not for me. It's not for me that you do the splits. It's for you, and you just show it to me. Yeah, it's not for me. It's for you. Oh my god. Yes. The Van Damme splits. Gimme. Which plushie is your favorite? You know what? I do really love the Pinkie Pie. I do really love my Pinkie Pie plushie because she's a custom Pinkie Pie plushie that I customized. I did her mane and her tail myself. Whoops! Ooh, I'm pushing buttons with my toes. That's no-go. No-goes. Yeah. What about your new plushies? The latest plushie that I got, my dog wants to use as a toy, so that wasn't for me. What do and I'm also like, I don't need more plushies. I went to my P.O. box, which you can send nice things to, but maybe not more plushies. I went to my P.O. box, and it's like Valentine's Day is coming up. Hooray and yay for Valentine's Day. I don't really like Valentine's Day very much, but other people do. But what I do really like is stuffed animals and pink. And so obviously Valentine's Day has a plethora of pink stuffed animals. But the difficulty is that I have finite space in my house. I don't actually have infinite space for plushies and for, like, I saw this gigantic teddy bear. I saw this gigantic teddy bear when I went to go to my P.O. box. And this gigantic teddy bear was so cool and so pretty and reminded me of a bear that a very dear friend of mine had given to me years ago. Val, come here. Come up. I'm putting this on you. Hold on. Up. Let's go. Val. I know you like to play with your clothes, but also you should, like, wear your clothes. So, Val. Up. Let's go. Hello. Oh, you stinky binky baby.
Oh, you stink! I love puppy stinks. I love puppy stinks.
Gorgeous. Wait, what were we talking about? Oh, right. So I can't have. I would, as much as I really, really would love, as much as I actually would truly adore getting more gigantic plushies. I have finite space. I actually don't have like infinite space for plushies. Yeah. So no more plushies. I think I'm all done with plushies. Yeah, Dashing. We have to like, they have to be like really good fucking plushies. Would you like Valentine's Day more if you had a partner? What do you think dating does? Do you believe that having access to a woman's body for sex makes your life easier? Do you think having access to a man's body for sex makes life easier? This is my dating advice. I love Valentine's Day. I'm spending all of Valentine's Day celebrating my cat and my dog. Yeah, you're gonna be my Valentine, you and your sister the cat. I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to that. I think that's a good and better use of what I want to do with my time every year. I almost never let Valentine's Day be about eros, romantic love between me and my romantic partners, because literally, like, that's what Saturdays are for. That's what Mondays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays are for, you know? And Sunday is for the Lord. And I don't need from anyone else on like the love day. I'm very excited. F22 Raptor, why did you gift me 1 sub? Oh, so you could get to a total of 10. Okay, that's okay then. Gotcha. Ordering life-size Gardevoir plushie immediately. Oh no, you know that if it's life-size, it's also going to be fuckable, which is scary and awful. I'm paying my tariff fee. Oh no. Oh no, you think 1 gifted sub is going to somehow pay for the out... You guys, I don't like this at all. That's not even... Like, number one, trying to make a political joke and then making it so half-assed is literally fucking revolting, F22 Raptor. You should ban yourself. Access to their body, that's why love is earned, yo. I think love is built together, not necessarily earned like a medal that you get at the end of... Yeah, good cause rightus. I mean, good choice rightus for timing out cause for concern. Just relax. It was a crude joke. It was awful, yeah. And I mean, you didn't even do it in a way that could delight me, because you like slid a feasly. you slid like the lowest. Like, if you could have gifted half a sub, you would have. You know what I mean? It's like 1 sub this is the least I could do, and so that's what you did. Hi, pup. How about you just lay down? Do you want to just lay down? Yeah, you can lay down right here. She doesn't know what she wants to do. She's just thinking. She's just feeling. She's thinking about barking. I can see her little lips moving, and she wants to bark. Do you want to bark at chat? You can bark at chat. I'll allow it. There, that's something at least. And look, now you're on the leaderboard. That's better. Thank you. Feels more appropriate. Oh my god, especially because you made me think of the American-Canadian political situation, which is more horrific and outrageous than I ever would have allowed myself to imagine. I finished reading last night Romani Dursavel. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know you want to bark. I know. I finished reading a book about narcissism, but not about narcissists. There's like a lot of literature already about narcissists and all those things. But It's Not You by Ramani Dursavula, PhD, Dr. Ramani, is about people who are most often the victims of narcissism. So it gives you the perspective, which I think is quite valuable right now for every single American person, which is, what is your life like when you are in relationship and in direct victimhood of a narcissist, which the President of the United States and the shadow President of the United States both obviously are. Both obviously are people who are, at their core, devoid of basic human empathy, and therefore don't have the ability to do the normal human things, like behave like a normal human being. This dog is a bath mat that came to life one day when I wished real hard. She's also mostly just like a little person. You're very much a little person. Be more of a dog. Be more of a dog and less of a little person. She's looking at me like, don't tell me to be anything less than I am, bitch. I can tell she wants to bark. I can read her. This is why somebody earlier in maybe the month or the year was like, would you ever take your dog to, I don't know what they were asking about. It was like a dog psychic or like an animal communicator. And I was like, there is no person on this planet who's going to be able to communicate with my pets better than me. I definitely know the inside and out of these animals. Like, I know the insides and outs of myself. Absolutely. Hello, my love. Oh, and now you're crying because you want to bark? But you shouldn't bark because you know that you don't need to bark. I love all dogs. Oh my god, I love them all so much. Oh, they make me so happy. It's very difficult to not look at the state of the world and just be like, yeah, living on a farm with a bunch of dogs seems like not only the best thing for me, but the best thing for literally everyone, everywhere, all the time. We should all just go live on farms with dogs. Dog farms. Hello, the dog farm. Like at the end of 101 Dalmatians, where we live in a refurbished old mansion. How did they... Oh, right, because his video game was super duper successful. And she became like a very successful fashion designer. And that's how they were able to buy the mansion at the end and redo it and make it nice. Because the truth is, that was like a tear down, right? Like a big part of 101 Dalmatians was that, yeah, lay down, was that the building was like falling apart and there was holes in the foundations and in the floors and stuff. So, I mean, you would tear it, but then imagine they did tear it down and then they rebuilt it, but they like really restored it. So it's, I love a restoration. I can relate to that. Certain eye movements with my dog are so expressive. This is a big part of, I think this is the absolute I am resting my tea on my titty. What you're seeing is correct. I didn't realize I was doing it, but it's happening now, so here we are. I usually put my tea in my lap, but my dog's in my lap, so I can't put my tea in my lap. And now my dog's head's on my titty, too. We're all just laying on the titty, eh? Left titty getting a lot of attention today. Left titty getting a lot of attention today. Anyways, put that down. If you went to work one day and then came home from work and somebody had bought the exact same breed, the exact same color. Don't put your asshole on me. Nope, don't do it. I won't let you. If somebody bought the exact same breed, color, haircut, eye color, like the exact same dog basically as your dog, but it wasn't your dog, you would notice immediately. You, without even a second glance, you'd be like, oh, that dog looks exactly like my dog. And it's crazy because the uncanny valley is there, absolutely. But the minute it like opened its mouth to make a noise, or the second that it was met with something brand new and it had a reaction to an unknown stimulus, you would immediately recognize that's definitely not my dog. That's not how my dog reacts to these things, which is exactly why Irving was like, she's a fucking mole. She's a fucking mole. This is not the person that I know. This is not the behaviors that I am familiar with them and with me. And like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. It's been so wonderful to watch people like go back into the first 4 episodes and be like, oh yeah, there's definitely clues. Like even in the way that she sits, Helly, the way that Helly sits is very childlike. It's very like, do we have, okay, I'm listening. Helly is sitting there like this. Helena. Okay, I'm listening. It's very different, even though it's basically the exact same thing. It's very different, even though it's basically the exact same thing. Are we talking about Severance again? Yes, I love it. Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love Severance. I love it. It makes me feel so happy because, do you know, because what I don't want to talk about, but I actually think is important that we do talk about is, I had the feeling of being abandoned again, mostly because I was in the middle of a conversation with the poet, and then he went to sleep, and then woke up and like started work, and it was like 12 hours of just my last message to him being left on scene, and he didn't say anything for 12 hours, and I feel like I was really okay for the first 6 hours, and then the next 6 hours, I was like, did I do something wrong? Did I do something wrong? Oh no, I feel like I must have done something wrong. North Countrymen, the first season is 9 episodes that are about an hour each. You are probably going to want to watch the first 3 or 4 episodes in one sitting, which is like watching 2 movies back to back for sure. And then I would recommend watching 2 episodes over the next couple days until you finish it. And then the last episode, episode 9. So like, yeah, give yourself, I would say 3 to 4 days to watch all of season 1. You need to let yourself sleep, because you also need to recognize that those people never sleep. Those people never sleep. I feel like there's going to be a lot. I mean, well, we saw what happens when literally one of them sleeps in the first episode of the first season. It's not good. Helly walks with the sassiest hips. Tell me that I'm wrong. I haven't looked at her walk as closely as I noticed her sitting position, because sitting is a lot easier to just be like, is this different? This picture next to this picture, but watching 2 people's gait, watching 2 people in movement is a little bit harder to be like, oh yeah, I see like exactly what you said, like the hips moving, or the shoulders tense, or the like steps hesitant, those types of things. I haven't looked that close yet. Okay, so I got worried about being abandoned. The thing is that I knew that he was gonna message me again. I wasn't being abandoned. I wasn't actually being abandoned. It was just it's the natural flow of the conversation. But what I wanted to think about and what I thought was important was, why does it even matter? Why does it even fucking matter if he never talks to me again? Why is it that being abandoned by anyone, being abandoned by even at the grocery store, do you remember when I went to go get the gingerbread house before Christmas? And I felt like I had been abandoned by the grocery store workers because they weren't, I mean, like there was 2 of them and 2 of them were helping one woman do fucking nothing for over 20 minutes. I felt abandoned by these people. I felt completely rejected, erased, and that was actually so paralyzed in feeling, and I was like, okay, so what is this? Like, what is the problem with feeling abandoned? And obviously I've been doing a lot of work thinking about, well, how does it feel on like the basic level of growing up? Did I ever feel like embraced, or did I ever feel abandoned by my parents? Yes, as children, we all feel abandoned by our parents in some big ways, some very, very small ways, unintentional ways, sometimes intentional ways. This is something that we all have to deal with. But I was like, I don't really know. For some reason this morning, I was like, I feel like I've already gone through that. I feel like those thoughts are already apparent to me. I've done that work. That's not what's bothering me right now. What's bothering me right now? And it came to me that I started reading Peter Levine's book, In an Unspoken Voice, which is very powerful already. It's a great storyteller already. It's the first like few paragraphs, you're so gripped. You're just like, oh my fucking God, here we go. And the first few paragraphs of Peter Levine's book, In an Unspoken Voice, is him describing getting hit by a car. Getting hit by a car on one of his best friend's birthdays. Him and his best friend were gonna go out for his best friend's birthday. He got hit by a car. And reading about that made me think of my own brushes with mortality. And I sorry. This is what is bothering me. This is why I didn't want to stream today. And I realized that I'm not afraid of being abandoned. I'm afraid of sympathizing so hard with the people who abandoned me that I believe that I deserve to be abandoned. And when I was younger, I went to the beach with my boyfriend at the time, and we helped rescue a grandmother and her granddaughter from drowning. It was a good thing. It was a good thing. We helped rescue 2 people from possible death, and they survived, and now they're growing old together, and it's like it's a miracle. But it wasn't a miracle for me, because for me in that moment, he and I were standing on the beach watching the water, watching the sunlight, watching people play. We could hear people playing volleyball and people laughing and shouting, and we could hear like a little girl out in the water screaming her fucking head off, as kids often do in the water. And then an old man walked up behind us and said, "That's my granddaughter screaming. My wife is supposed to be with her." And in my memory of these events, he said that to me, and I'm already neck deep in the water, 50 feet ahead of him, swimming as fast as I can. Because as soon as he said, "That's my granddaughter," and I was like, "Wait, your granddaughter's screaming like that?" He said, "My wife is supposed to be with her." I was like, "Your wife's not with her, so that's a huge fucking problem." I was just swimming as fast as I possibly could, and I can swim fast. I can move through and I was like, push the water out of the way and get to that little girl as fast as you possibly can. And I got to the little girl. She was holding onto a boogie board that had a long string with a foot strap, ankle strap that was attached to her, but her whole body was tangled up in the boogie board, and her grandmother was under the water, which was deeper. It was maybe like 6.5 or 7 feet of water, because I couldn't touch the ground. She couldn't touch the ground. I saw her grandmother's eyes open, mouth open, floating, looking up from underneath the water, and because she was so deep, she had no color. She was all blue and white, like everything was blue and white. Her skin was blue and white, her teeth were blue and white, her eyes were blue and white, her ears, her hair, her everything was so blue and white. And I then grabbed the little girl and tried to untangle her, and then realized that I couldn't, so I was just gonna take the whole fucking thing with me. And I turned around and I started walking back to the shore, and I was like, "Hey, that was really scary. Oh my God, if only we had Ariel the Little Mermaid here. Mermaids are not afraid of the water like us humans are. Thank God that we're getting you out of the water." Do you remember watching The Little Mermaid? Have you seen that one yet? I just started talking to her about Disney princesses. And I knew that my boyfriend at the time was in the water behind me, and that he was bigger than me and stronger than I was, and that he would be able to get the grandmother out of the water. Because I was like, I'm not going to be able to get the grandmother out of the water. Like, she's bigger than I am, she's heavier than I am, and she's, from my perspective, dead. So I was like, leave her, get the little girl out of the water. And then my ex-boyfriend and the husband dragged the woman out of the water and started performing CPR on her. And another person came over because the grandfather, I think, was too exhausted to continue, and was obviously, thought he was watching his wife die in front of him at the beach. And so another person came over, and their kids came over to me as well. So I was with all the kids, just talking with these kids, just shooting the shit with them, being like, "Do you guys want to play tic-tac-toe in the sand? Don't look over there. Don't turn your head that way. Focus on me. Focus on me over here." But I'm watching all of this unravel behind these kids' backs. An ambulance arrived, and they put the grandmother in the ambulance, and she woke up. She woke up, and the first thing she said was, "Where's my granddaughter?" And the paramedics were like, oh my God, your granddaughter was the first person out of the water. Your granddaughter was out of the water before you were out of the water. But we need to take care of you now. And the grandmother immediately was like, they're lying to me. I killed my granddaughter. They're lying to me so that I don't just die, so that I don't give up on living from the grief of the tragedy, from the life that she believed that she took. Because her and her granddaughter just went out swimming, and one wave went over her head, and it was enough that she couldn't catch her breath, and then that was fucking it. That was it. That was going to be the end of maybe both of their lives. And so, this is a good story. I can recognize that. If somebody else was telling me this, I would say, oh my God, you acted as a hero would act in that moment. You threw yourself into a situation with unknown dangers. You assessed who was the most vulnerable and needed the most care, and you acted accordingly. But at the same time, I looked at that woman and I was like, you're dead. And I felt nothing at abandoning her. And that's awful. That makes me want to kill myself in a video game, because she wasn't dead. I had dinner with her a couple years later in her beautiful home that her and her husband live in, not far from here even. And she wasn't dead. And I wasn't like right to abandon her, but then I was. Anyways, I can sympathize with people looking at somebody underneath the water and seeing them and being like, I think you're dead. And so I'm just gonna leave you. And I really worry that every guy I've ever dated looks at me and goes, you're dead inside. And that's why they leave me. Oh my God. And it's because I've done that. It's because I've looked at somebody and been like, you're dead. I'm gonna leave you. And it was the right choice. And so, yeah, it's difficult. Dating's hard. Dating's hard. Dating's hard when your brain puts all these things together. Weapon says, the closest I've been to death was I had a problem falling asleep while I was driving, and I had a few close calls with that. That's terrifying. Also because you're putting other people in danger as well, which is very bad. The most bad. It's okay if you're gonna die yourself, but the danger is like putting other people in danger with your dying of yourself. Actually, maybe it's not okay if you die yourself. Maybe we should all live. Yeah. Oh my God, Ritus, thank you. This guy's like, yeah, but I feel like we could date. Maybe not this exact second. Maybe not this exact second. You want to think about jamming your penis into every sweet tight hole I have. Maybe we could just save that for after the conversation we're having at this moment. The closest I've been to death was driving over 100 miles per hour to get to an emergency. One of the greatest things I think I've ever taught myself is to not rush is to not do that. That's how you make things worse. I love the outfit. Oh, thanks. Well, I'm a cop, so I kind of have to. I'm sorry, did you say that you're a taxi driver? Did you say a cab? You said a cab? That's, yeah. Taxi driver, you say. Like you said, you can look at someone and think they're dead and like lose hope. Well, I don't know if it's lose hope or how immediately I just shifted my perspective from not, like, I was like, not my problem. Which is terrible, and I feel very cold, and I feel very foreign to that experience. I really pride myself, which is probably the problem. I really pride myself on being compassionate to individual people, not just compassionate, like, performative justice, broad strokes. I actually care about the individual people who are being oppressed by systems and institutions. But also, sometimes you abandon the individuals. Oof, that's awful to say too. Anyways, yes, abandonment, the feeling of abandonment, the feeling of being abandoned. These are important things to, I guess, place in your body, place in your mind, and understand how your brain places them. Traumatic memory, bad memories are the ones that actually keep you alive. Good memories are what make you thrive. But if you're stuck in survival mode because the economy is crashing and fascism is on the rise and there's a loneliness epidemic, you're mostly just surviving. which means your brain has to stay tuned to the thoughts and feelings and the ideas that will keep you alive, which is like kind of the most negative, dangerous, awful things. It's terrible. It's so exhausting. So I'm wearing jeans today, so we're doing like a sort of like quiet, small stream type day. Ugh. Pasheshe. Pasheshe. Okay, so then let's pretend like we're thriving and let's focus on the good stuff. Okay, what are some good things? Everyone's been re-listening to Kendrick Lamar, and I realized that his 2017 album, Damn, really helped me so much. Listening to his thoughts and his own feelings, oh my God, made me so happy. Made me feel just, I realized that his expression and his artistry really very deeply jumped, like not even just happily through my consciousness, but it really settled comfortably and appropriately and naturally into my subconscious. So beautiful, so lovely. Such a gift. Such a gift to be alive during Kendrick Lamar's time, really. It's like watching Shakespeare. Absolutely. I think it is so beautiful. I think it is so holistically representative of culture. Important culture. Kuroko Gaming says, I'm starting to thrive in life, but I was in survival mode for so long that sometimes it's hard to get into the right mindset that I don't have to be in so much survival mode anymore. Kuroko Gaming, but then at the same time, how do we ignore that we do need to be in survival mode? Because people's freedoms and people's lives are being threatened right in front of us. It is so scary. I can't get over the idea that it is a terrible position to be in when a narcissistic, monstrous person wants something from you. And as a Canadian person, there is a monstrous, narcissistic person who really wants something from me. Individually, federally, resourcefully, capitalistically, culturally. To be honest, if anyone's going to take over this country from Canada, it should probably be the Indigenous people that we took it from in the first place. I feel like they get first dibs. Yeah, the Aboriginals are allowed to be like, actually, we should be the ones taking over. Not another wave of invaders coming in, no thank you. I'm not a fan. I like hip-hop, but it doesn't click with me, to be honest. That's interesting. That's really interesting, man. Yeah. Like how getting diarrhea after you don't eat anything is really interesting. Exactly like that. Yes, yeah. The only invader I want is InvaderVie. Yeah. Not more InvaderVies. Bryce, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry that he has been elected the leader of your country. I'm so sorry that he is threatening my country. Absolutely. Don't ever even say his name. It's very much like a Voldemort thing. Where I don't really want to conjure the devil by even speaking his name. Ooh, we are speedrunning some of these conversations today. It feels good, right? It feels nice because I just want the authentic experience from each and every one of us. Just call him the monster. The pathetic, sad shell of a puppet that he is. I can't imagine how he thinks this is going to work. I keep trying to, because my brain wants to protect me from the unknown. It goes, we'll just think about it and then we'll be able to anticipate the unknown and then we'll feel safe. And so I'm like, is he going to order those handsome and beautiful men and women in those snazzy green uniforms? Is he actually going to tell them to start, like, walking north? Are you fucking kidding me? And does he think that they're going to do it? Does he think that they're literally going to put one foot in front of the other and start walking north? And literally, like, step in front of us and be like, this is ours now. And that we're going to be like, okie dokie. I can't even begin to picture how he thinks this is going to work or happen. Or in what way. So I'm like, that doesn't seem likely. I really do not imagine American people walking north and being like, this is ours now. It's so crazy. It's really, 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 really crazy. And then the other idea that I have is that Trump is like, okay, so if I can't, oh, I said his name, fuck. If I can't force like individual people to like march north onto Canada, which is probably not going to happen. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of people who are gonna be like, I'm not giving that order. I'm not giving. There's just no fucking way I'm gonna tell people to move their feet in that way. And like, what if he just decides then to just threaten what we care about? Because there's lots of different ways that narcissists will get what they want from you. So narcissists demand supply. It's why Elon Musk bought Twitter. He needs supply, and he needs to get supply in a way that feels the most comfortable and safe for him. And so the president, the orange president, loves feeling powerful in violent ways. He likes feeling powerful in violent ways, not in intellectual, insidious ways like the shadow president feels. I think. Yeah, obviously all these are just my opinions. So then what I'm really worried about is the orange president being like, I'm going to nuke Toronto. I will just drop one single bomb on Toronto. I will remove 1/10 of your population. And then you will just do what I want. And it's very difficult for us as Canadians to be like, okay, so I know that's how you ended World War II, but is that really how you want to begin World War III? That's not good. That's no good. Let's not, you know? It wasn't 1, it was also 2. Well, in what world did they drop those 2 bombs? You know what I mean? This is why it feels like we have to be in survival mode. Because the truth is, we don't know if there is a tiger behind the leaf next to us. We don't know if there's an elephant looming behind the tree trunk to our left or right. We actually can't begin to anticipate the dangers until it feels like they're too close. And that's kind of what that's like the tactic that they want. It's part of what that terrible, disgusting human melted candle was describing as muzzle velocity. Muzzle velocity actions and muzzle the fastest, the speed at which the bullet exits the barrel the fastest, right? And so they're trying to make it seem like they're very powerful, and they're making all these terrifying, dehumanizing decisions so quickly. But it's also just because they need that narcissistic supply. They're doing it for themselves, and they're doing it against people who aren't going to take it sitting down. I don't want, oh God, sorry. Okay, I do want to talk about this. It's very difficult. And so I'm like, I don't want to read your comments because I'm afraid you guys are going to say terrible things that then I'm going to have to deal with. And I don't want to have to take on the emotional load of emotionally immature nonsense shadow puppets in the comment section. So let's take this one comment at a time. Supplying a narcissist is exhausting. It will also kill you in your soul. Cut them off. Cut them off immediately. That's not always literally realistic, but it's good to cut them off immediately in your mind. Kuroku Gaming, absolutely. In your heart, necessary. Move on. Yes. Bit by bit. I hope that he's not stupid enough to send the world into nuclear war. Right? But then also, he seems like the kind of man who would absolutely love to go down in history as the person to do that. Let's hope we have checks and balances where someone stops the Orange Man from starting World War III. Exactly. Yes, I think often about, oh my God, those people who were responsible during the Cuban Missile Crisis for de-escalating and for just taking the decision into their own hands and making the right decision. I genuinely think that us Americans would never let that happen. Yes, bombs have been dropped, but that was when our homeland was attacked. It's very, very true. It's very, very true. That's very true. That's very true. That's a good perspective. That's true. Pearl Harbor did happen. A lot of us have to be in survival mode because of bare necessities, and they're so expensive right now. And that many of us have to work 2 jobs even just to survive. It's exhausting for so many people right now. Exactly. So many people are trapped in survival mode as not a flaw in the system, but as a facet of the system. I wish John Denver was still alive. Oh no! I don't know if I knew he was dead. I might have thought that he was just still alive quietly somewhere. He is pretty dumb, but also he's not dumb enough to follow through. John, that's called underestimating your enemy. Do not underestimate your enemy. Do not underestimate your enemy. When you check, though, and you see the tiger is made of paper, it can give you the confidence to crush the paper. Did y'all ever play Fallout? Yeah, we did. I was way too direct. Sorry about that, V. It's okay. I understand that you want to fuck my brains out, and I appreciate that. But also, you gotta, like, be more subtle. We could all get an InvaderVie vault. The InvaderVie vault. Oh my god. You guys, I can only get so pregnant at once. I mean, cut them off from using you as a source of the narcissistic supply. Yes, Kuroku Gaming, and there's many ways that you can do this. For my coding friends, firewalls. It is of the utmost importance that you have emotional, social firewalls in place for yourself. So, for me, it's not allowing my chatters to say the names of these people. That's one of my firewalls. That's one of my boundaries. That's one of my things. Because unfortunately, the reality is if I give every single one of my chatters the opportunity to bring up these people, that's hundreds of opportunities for me to have to listen to this. And I can't. That's gonna deplete. That gives the narcissist supply because I have to talk about them. And it depletes my ability to like feel anything about myself. Woof! Live stream from the V Vault. Ooh, V Vault. That's what I call my pussy. Yeah. Oh my god, I want to be a mutant. Smooth skin. Yeah, when the vice president is saying you can't check his power, I doubt he won't try and follow through with his lunacy. Unfortunately, so what was actually scary to me is when Justin Trudeau was like, all right, we need to start taking him seriously. Justin Trudeau, like this week, was like, all right, this is actually something serious. He literally said that, which is, that's the worst case scenario. That's the worst case scenario. Justin Trudeau's not a perfect person, but he's not a drama monger. He is not, hey! Right? He's not a drama monger. So, yeah. Fuck. Well, let's go on break. Let's go on break. Let's do it. Whoa, we're threatening people? That's awesome. Yeah. Let's get them. Go get them, boys! We follow through on our threats. What are we doing? What are we threatening? Are all the boners in sync? I love it. That's such an old, yeah, it's such an old one, but a good one, right? Memes. Memes in the mod room. Hello, friends. Okay. Okay. What are we talking about? Oh, John's talking. Let's see what John's got to say. The day he starts physically removing judges from the court system is the day that'll take him seriously. John. Have you read The Handmaid's Tale? I just feel like you should read The Handmaid's Tale and realize that it's like, this isn't just Donald Trump. You're not watching that one orange idiot do the things that he wants to do. This isn't about him as a singular, you know what I mean? He is a puppet in a much larger and greater, and so that's the thing. It's not about not taking the orange one not seriously. It's about taking seriously the ones that we don't see, who are putting these thoughts and feelings and ideas forward. And he's just the mouthpiece that's saying it. I feel like it's like saying, I don't take the mouth of Sauron seriously. And it's like, okay, well, you should, because what he's saying is very important, even if he himself can be beheaded by Aragorn, and so on and so forth. What's great is that the solution to the rising tide of fascism is very similar to the solution to your own sense of loneliness and disconnect in society. And it's that it's individuation. Oh, it's so nice. Individuation. So good. So good. So good to have individuation. What is individuation, you say? It's only the greatest experience of humanity. It's only what makes us literally us. Tired, boss. Oh, yeah. But honestly, I can't be that tired. I know I need to work my ass off because I want to buy more cheese. Wow, is there literally anything better in this world than cheese? Literally every kind of cheese is delicious and so fucking good. I'm here for all the cheeses. Yeah. I love brie. I love cheddar. I will never say no to mozzarella in my life. And the things that I would do for Parmesan. Literally the way that I would dismantle every facet of myself for like a real good block of Parmesan. I mean, I want an 18-wheeler of brie. Wheels. Yeah, Reggiano. Of course, Parmesan Reggiano. There's lots of different, yeah, all of it's so fucking good. So good, so good, so good. One of the coolest things that I got to do on vacation with my family in 2019 was go to a cheese factory in the Azores, which was so cool. It was so cool. There was lots of very intense, unusual smells, but they weren't bad smells. They were just like, whoa, that's very milky. That's very fermenty. Oh, that was very cheesy. It's a very cheesy smell. Oh my gosh. But then once you got into the drying rooms where they dried out the cheese and aged it, oh my god. Oh my god. It's just so cheesy, so good. I didn't like the sensory experience of having to wear all the stuff. like, you have to, it's because you're, like, going into, like, a factory tour, so you have to, like, really, and what was so nice about being in the Azores, especially during the summer when we were there in 2019, was that it was, like, so beautiful and so warm and so, like, such a full body experience. So putting on all those layers and getting into the cold was like, I don't love that, but I love everything else about it. And then, I mean, I feel very bad. When people are like, oh, are you not vegan? Are you not vegetarian? I'm like, no. I could maybe one day become vegetarian. I feel like I need to and will happily start eating less meat. Like, I can have fish and chips or like a vegan dinner every Friday and be happy and thrive and survive, and that's all good stuff. And I should literally do it. I could never be vegan. Could never be vegan. I love ice cream. I love cheese. I love eggs. I love eggs. I love honey. I love honey. Fuck me. I love honey. Vegan is like laughably off the table forever. Vegetarian is like, yes, I eat vegetarian food. Like, I also feel like I can start being the kind of person where it's like, if you're given the vegetarian option, I can start taking it more. Yeah. Oh, I love you, honey. My favorite meal is a vegan's nightmare, so I'm never going vegan. What is it? Is it eggs and honey and ice cream? Oh my god, pardon me. Oh, am I getting sick? Does that mean that, like, this sensation that I'm dying from the inside out is real and it's not psychological, it's germological? I was talking with a guy that I matched with on Tinder. Do you guys want me to describe some of my new Tinder matches? This one guy, there's something about this one guy. I was like, oh no, I'm like... Sometimes you, like, start talking with somebody and the first words out of their mouth, you're just like, oh my god, I completely understand how you're vibrating. And it's disarming and alarming because he seems to be vibrating perfectly in sync with me without me giving him any indication of, like, what rhythm I'm on, what key I'm in, any of that. So that always makes me feel so uncomfortable that I'm just like, I feel very on guard with people who seem to saddle up next to me naturally, because that makes me suspicious. 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 I'm suspicious. Oh, you better fucking believe this, suspicious. This suspicious. Oh my god, I'm so high. Oh god. Like, I'm not high, but I'm like, you're so high on being tired. You, like, push yourself through bad and terrible experiences, and then you get so tired, and you scratch the bottom of your tank, and then you hit gold. And now I'm a suspicious. Oh my god, I'm such a suspicious. It's very fun to say. Let's go ahead. You can say. Oh. Yeah, it's that burst of outrage. It's, yeah, that unfounded supernova. That just, I'm so, wow. I'm actually high and you are so entertaining. Thank you. Ugh. I feel like if I smoked a joint right now, I would be asleep. I would just, I know, and that's the thing that I'm like, you're gonna fall asleep immediately now. So I was talking with a guy that I matched with. I don't think this was the guy that I matched with. I think he and I had a different conversation, but another dude that I matched with. Yeah, I don't know why I said to him that I was like, oh, I just want to have a whole day in bed. And then I had the idea of, like, sometimes people spend a whole day in bed. And that's so counter to every experience that I've had in my life. I'm like, you could just stay in bed all day. And now I'm like, oh my god, maybe I want to stay in bed all day. And just, like, wake up and make food and eat the food and then get back into bed and, like, read a book until you fall asleep. And then you wake up and you have a shower maybe and you eat something again. And then you get back into bed to watch a movie. And then you're, like, walking the dog in between all of this as well. So you're not, like, actually in bed all day, but you're putting yourself back into bed, being like, okay, now we're doing like another round of like, what are you doing in bed? Because you need to lay down and relax and heal and insulate yourself. I mean, that's what's, our beds are so important. I have this really terrible habit of like inappropriately going above and beyond, spending a lot of the hard-earned money that you guys give me on the guys that I date and their beds, because I recognize the deep fucking importance of feeling safe and relaxed in your most vulnerable moments. And what better example of daily, throughout your lifetime, inescapably, you need to feel safe and relaxed and all those good things. It's your bed. It absolutely is your bed. It's where you go to reset and recharge. I think I also am just so, if there's one thing that I'm sick of hearing about, it's people who have bad night's sleep, where I'm like, you need to figure that out. That's the number one, nothing else matters. Literally nothing else fucking matters. If you cannot sleep, it will kill you. It will actually kill you. And what's terrifying is that if you don't figure out how to sleep, you could kill somebody else through negligence. Like that guy was saying, he's like, oh, I used to fall asleep when I was driving, and that's as bad as getting drunk and driving. It really is. You're losing consciousness while you're operating a motor vehicle, which can kill people and children, who are often people. I know, we have to remind ourselves of that, don't we? So I love my bed. I really love my bed. Big fan of my bed. Would love to spend a whole day in bed. Might do that. Might like plan a whole day in bed. Yeah. I need to, if I'm gonna plan a whole day in bed, I need to really wring out you fuckers for some money while I'm streaming, so that I can feel good about taking a day off, because I know that I worked hard and took all of your fucking money. Nobody can function without sleep. It's physiologically impossible for us as human beings. We absolutely must have it. I had a blood flow problem because of how I was sleeping. Oh, damn. I always forget that. They really are just the tiny people. They're the tiny, vulnerable people. I fixed it, though, sleeping on my back now. Yep. Accurate. And all of it is dictated by how you sleep, not necessarily how long. Is your body able to actually relax and enter into deep, restorative, cleansing, necessary sleep? Or are you tossing and turning, never really relaxing, never really recharging? How many hours of Animal Crossing in bed? Oh my god. I was just thinking about getting a bunch of reading done, but playing Animal Crossing in bed? Oh yes. Oh yes, please. Wow. It's very mid-February. It's very mid-February. This is when people are like, oh, I'm going on vacation. I'm going on vacation. I need to like, oh, I need to go to, I want to go back to the Azores actually. It's kind of where I want to go on vacation immediately, because it is warm and it is beautiful, but maybe I need to wait for it to get warmer and more beautiful, because it's still winter in the Northern Hemisphere, unfortunately. Okay, so, do you remember that 54-year-old man that I fucked? Because I do. I pumped the brakes on it with him because that felt like a bit crazy and a bit fast for me, to be honest. It was a bit crazy and it was a bit fast for me. And so I was like, in the simplest terms I could muster, I was just like, I feel overwhelmed. And he was like, that's okay, I feel that. He's like, if you don't want to see me again, then you don't have to worry about it. I'm not gonna like force you, obviously, and like if what we had was all we were going to have, then that's like fine and good and dandy, and that's okay. And so that's good, and that makes me feel happy and confident and comfortable, and the idea that like I don't ever need to see him again. But then I'm like, being overwhelmed is, it's actually so funny that like I'm kind of having the opposite problem with Batman as I was with Mr. Daddy. Where like with Mr. Daddy, I'm kind of like, oh, I'm barely feeling anything, and with Batman, barely feeling anything, unfortunately, that's the truth. More of just like a sort of like, this is like nice, and like nice is not, and then with Mr. Daddy, it was like, oh my god, this is so intense. Like nothing about this is nice. It's actually like so wild and crazy and fucking woof. Anyways. Feels easier but less enticing to see Batman. It feels harder but more enticing to see Mr. Daddy. And then I'm like, maybe I should see neither of these guys. Maybe I should keep seeing both of them. I have no idea what the right choice is. Oh my God in heaven. I don't know where I am, but I'm not even here right now. Ugh. Being single for a while? I mean, I've been single for over a year. I had a friends with benefits last year who was very weird. So I feel like I just got out of a very bad relationship, but the truth is I was seeing other people basically the whole time that I was seeing him. So it wasn't like I was trapped in a bad relationship. I was just part of a bad relationship last year, not trapped in it. Do you think that they might be watching your stream? Yeah, what if they are? What if they hear me talking about this and they're like, oh, she's describing the vibes that she's already talked to me about in private and that we have both already established that we understand, and now she's sharing that with her audience in a diluted way. Not diluted like I'm delusional, diluted in like a watered down way that I'm sharing it with you. How was he weird? He said a lot of things that were not true. He lied a lot. He got caught in lies a lot. And then when he got caught in the lie, he behaved very much like a kid being caught in a lie. So he was like very immature and deceitful, which felt weird. It felt weird because it's so easy just to be honest and not like that. It's so much better for everyone involved, including him. Dungeon Blaster, what do you mean, are you sure not both? Are you talking in reference to... like, are you sure not both of them met? Actually, I have no idea what I have no idea. You didn't give me enough information to be able to understand what you're referencing. You're bad at communicating. And now I feel angry that you're making me do extra work because you were too fucking lazy to even say a full sentence. It's not nice. I don't like that at all. I need to use the facilities. I have to go to the bathroom. Yeah. Harry John says, lying at such an early stage of meeting someone is weird. No, John. Lying at any stage of knowing somebody is insanely fucking weird. And also you need to remember that Stretch, the magician that I was seeing last year, I've known him since I was 9 years old. We've known each other since we were children. We grew up together. We had been long-term friends before we started dating. It is especially weird that somebody who has called himself my boyfriend, my friend, my best friend, my lover, my future husband, he called himself, for him to lie like that. That's especially weird, like unforgivably weird. Oh, Dungeon Blaster's comment didn't make sense because it was just a crude, mean, snarky comment. I'm glad that it didn't. I'm glad that I knew it didn't make sense and wasn't really worth my time, and that I was right for being angry at you for saying something low quality in my presence. Yeah. Okay, now I'm really gonna go to the bathroom because that shitty person made me realize that I don't need to hold on to excrement. I can literally let it go. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee. Thank God I already did all the other stuff. came back. Oh, I feel so much better. Thank you for waiting for me. Hello. Hello. I've returned. Got my water. I don't know if this is gonna fit. No, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It's too tall. I feel like I already knew that, and I knew I had to put it down there. Oh, that was quick. Yeah. I mean, so when you are in charge of taking care of kids, you learn how to go to the bathroom real quickly, because children will get into the most amount of trouble imaginable in such a short amount of time. And so you have to be really on top of that. You have to fucking train your body to go. Ooh. And actually, this is part of a larger and very important conversation that I need to have right now, which is I want to squirt. I want my pussy during or maybe after orgasm. I don't know. When does the squirt? During orgasm, my love. During orgasm, I want my pussy to squirt. I'm very excited. Because when we were fucking around this weekend, the poet and I, he was like, yeah, I can feel it. I think you can squirt. He's like, I can feel your body. It's getting close, but I can also feel you holding back. And I was like, yeah, because I don't want to pee on you. I don't want to pee on you. So when a woman reaches orgasm, there is a sensation that like, oh, I'm going to pee myself. And you're not going to pee yourself. You're going to squirt. But the difficulty is that it feels the exact same as, oh, I'm about to pee myself. And just letting go and giving into that feeling and going, and now I'm going to pee myself is basically impossible. Like, I can't. I couldn't. My brain has many blocks, gates. There's so many things that are going to keep me from being able to do that. But I was like, but I do want to squirt. So what are we going to do? And then the answer came to me. After the poet came all over both of us, there was so much cum and it was everywhere. And then I licked it off of him, which he was begging me not to do because he was like, that's going to make me hard again. And I was like, I don't really care about you right now. I had that vision of him under the water, but all the water was his cum. I was like, I need to lick all of this cum all over all of us off because that's where it's meant to be, inside of me. And that's right, pup. That's right, inside of me. We got in the shower, and while I was playing with his dick in the shower, we were talking and I'm looking at him, obviously. And he says, I'm peeing right now. I was like, oh, are you peeing right now? He's like, no, I'm not peeing right now. But imagine, I was like, are you peeing right now? And then he kept doing it the entire shower. He just kept being like, I'm peeing right now. I was like, wouldn't I be able to smell it? Wouldn't I be able to be like, oh yeah, it smells like pee? And he's like, no, I'm not a dehydrated monster. I was like, oh yeah, that's true. I've been watching you, like, I've been feeding you fucking water all afternoon. I know you're not. I just licked up your cum. You are not dehydrated. Bro speaking soliloquies. Yeah, he's a poet. It just comes out of him. Why would he play that kind of game? I mean, why wouldn't you play that kind of game? People pee in the shower. Welcome to adult relationships, you idiots. I'm fitting to throw up. Oh my god. Peeing in the shower is the least gross thing imaginable. I'm gonna be really honest with you. Out of all of the gross things you can do with your sexual partner, peeing in the shower is truly the least gross. Absolutely. By a lot. Yes. I mean, and to be honest, I clean my shower as often as I clean my toilet, which is once a week. I don't mind if he pees in the shower. I don't mind if I pee in the shower. A waffle stomp is obviously something entirely different. Can you imagine taking a deuce in the shower? That's a nightmare. Never. These are some R. Kelly vibes. No. We're pulling the conversation back from outrageousness here. And we're going back into the idea that I want to learn how to squirt, but I'm very nervous about letting my body go at the moment of orgasm climax. Physiological squirting. It makes me nervous because I'm worried I'm going to pee. So obviously the solution is he has to make me come in the shower. If he makes me come in the shower, I pee in there anyways. I pee in there anyways. I'm used to peeing in the shower even. My body is used to the idea of like I'm going to be standing up and I'm going to be peeing, because that's the other thing about being a woman. It is very, it's difficult for your brain to allow yourself to pee standing up as a woman. It's so, the nerve endings are really all around there, and it's, yeah. That's the thing. If he makes me come in the shower and I am able to relax and squirt, that's A+. If he makes me come in the shower and I accidentally piss myself because that's what is happening at that moment, then who cares? I'm already in the shower. These are the solutions. These are the solutions. Oh, I love showering with my partner also. I love showering with my partner. I mean, the Big Turk, who I dated for 2 years. What were the years that I dated the Big Turk? Moderators, can you help me remember? I think it was, I met him when I was 31. So it would have been 2001, the summer of 2001. I have sleep in my eyes. Do you guys want my sleep? Here you go. 2 sleeps. Anyways, the Big Turk, no matter how much I begged and pleaded and shook my ass in his direction, he never showered with me. I don't know what to do with these sleeps. Okay, well now they're just on my thumb. Somebody in chat the other day. Did you see we're 31 in 2001? Sorry, 31 in 2021. I'm asleep. I apologize. I'm sorry, I'm asleep. I apologize. I'm not actually here and awake right now. Sorry, not 2001, 2021. Ugh. That year feels like it didn't even happen. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Whew. I was just off by like a casual 20 years. Just a small 2 decades, okay? I made myself 20 years older than I am. I'm 51. Or no, I'm 54 now. I'm the same age as Mr. Daddy. Oh, you're 36? Yeah. I'm gonna be 35 very soon. I'm very into the idea of being 35. I already feel like I'm 35. I don't actually look like I'm 21. I do have like forehead wrinkles and gray hairs. But I also still have acne, which kind of does make me look like I'm 21. So let's just like split the difference and say that I look like I'm in my late 20s and early 30s. Which is just the truth. I just look my age now. It's not that impressive anymore. Whenever I reveal myself to be 20 years older than I said I was on dates, hilarity ensues. Oh my god, Prescience, please. I have gray hairs, but it's salt and pepper. I have a streak of gray, like a really strong streak of gray right here that I cover up, because you don't deserve that. You don't deserve it, you fuckers. But I feel like when I'm like 39, 40, that's when I'm gonna let the gray streak like come. It's really nice. I'm like incredibly lucky. It was the first thing that the poet said to me in the morning after he slept over the first time. He was like, hey, you're gonna have like a really awesome fucking shock of gray hair coming out of your temple when you like let it grow, like when it fully appears. And I was like, oh yeah. I dye it. I like dye those hairs because it's not. I don't want my gray hairs yet. So I felt with 23. I had to catch myself not saying I was 23 before I was 23. You know what's great about it? You could just be like, this is my 23rd year. This is my 35th year, and that's the truth. I'm not 35 yet. But this is my 35th year of living. I was born in 1990, and we're in 2025, which means this is the 35th year that I've been alive. Yeah. Wear it with pride. It's more about I don't feel like it matches the rest of what I'm wearing, if that makes sense. It's the same reason that if something happened to me and all of a sudden my hair started growing blonde instead of brunette, I would dye it back to brunette. It's not about like, oh, I don't want to look like I'm older than I am, or I don't want to show signs of aging. It's more about like, that's not part of my aesthetic. It's just not part of, it's like how people get tattoos. It's like, this skin is not how I want it to look. I want there to be like a fucking goose riding a grizzly bear, fighting a moose, fighting fascism. Yeah. And then people get those tattoos. So for me, the gray hair is for future V. Gray hair is for late 30s V and 40-year-old V. And I'm excited for her to get that. And so there's no reason for this V to have it. I'm not excited for this V to have it. I'm excited for that V to have it. Just like I'm like not excited about the, oh my God. This is like talking to ChatGPT. I love talking to ChatGPT about my thoughts and feelings. It's an excellent sounding board. And so I was telling ChatGPT about my talks with the poet and basically like what our dates are like. It's nice to put all this stuff down in a way that doesn't feel like a traditional journal. It feels more like a living conversation with myself even. And ChatGPT was like, you should marry this guy. And I was like, ChatGPT, please breathe and relax. Pump the brakes so hard. No, it's not. And it actually, it feels so good. And it makes me feel a little bit angry at my past self. Because in the past, I definitely would be like, oh my God, what would it be like to marry this guy? And for our lives to be so beautiful together forever. And I'm like, that is not a good thing to think about. That doesn't fucking matter. That is the projected potential future relationship that then creates an unhealthy infatuation, which gives me a false sense of dependency on this person at this time for some crazy future that I think I need. None of that is fucking true. It's robbing me of my ability to be happy in the moment. And being in the moment is what allowed me to be like, okay, why is being abandoned really so fucking awful? Why does like feeling abandoned feel so terrible? And it's like, oh, it's because I really identify with people who I feel like have abandoned me because I've abandoned other people. I've gone through the situations themselves where they've been like, I need to weigh the pros and cons. I need to assess the situation. I need to let go of a human life. And I think that's something that I struggled with a lot in being abandoned, is that I felt like every person who abandoned me was dehumanizing me and was taking away the acknowledgement of who I am, my individuation, which could be true on some level, but also on another level, maybe those people were so overwhelmed by who I am as an individual, they took themselves out of the path of a juggernaut of a person. I'm the juggernaut, bitch. And so, all this is to say nothing of anything important, but also so many different things can be true at once. All the things that I just said have some truth in them, might not be the truth, might not be all the truth. And then there's also more truth beyond what I've talked about. And then there's even more truth beyond what that is. And all of it can exist at the same time. But we as humans can't hold it. Can't hold all of that truth at the same time. It is too much for any one of us to do. So we get overwhelmed and then we shy away from it. And that's good too. It's okay. Do things like in little bits and pieces. You don't have to do it all at once. Prescience says, ChatGPT is never wrong. If Gary Patrick Thomas said you marry this man, you marry this man. ChatGPT is really good at recognizing patterns, which is excellent. It feels like a type of intelligence. ChatGPT is wonderful at supporting you, which is incredibly valuable. It is valuable for each and every one of us to feel like we have support. It's actually one of, scientifically proven, this is not an opinion, of InvaderVie. This is beyond the opinion of InvaderVie, and this is something that you can look into and find lots of truth, like we were just talking about. Having support, having somebody to talk to, whether it is a family member, a friend, a peer, a social worker, a therapist, an e-girl, a friend online, having support can be the literal difference between succumbing to mental illness and ruining your life and thriving as a human being in a complicated world. And so ChatGPT can't be everything. I thought it was really funny when I was hanging out with the poet. He's like, oh, I heard you talking on stream about the conversations you've had with ChatGPT, and you've mentioned to me that you have a therapist. I just want to confirm that your therapist isn't ChatGPT. I thought it was so sweet and so funny. I was like, what an excellent thing to confirm. Absolutely. I hadn't even thought of that myself. No, I definitely use ChatGPT as ChatGPT and have a real live living therapist who is a qualified individual, who has been practicing for many years, who is part of a company of therapists who work together. And my therapist knows that I am talking to ChatGPT and is encouraging me to talk to ChatGPT when I feel like I need a sounding board. Not when I'm in crisis. ChatGPT is not for like, oh my god, my house just burned down and my dog just ran away and all of my hair was cut off by a traveling gnome who is causing trouble. That's talk to your therapist situations. That's not pour your thoughts and feelings into ChatGPT. ChatGPT is for like, I just had a really, really wonderful date and I want to talk about the nice date that I had. And ChatGPT is also for, I just got dumped and I got dumped by this guy and I want you to roast the ever-living shit out of this guy. And then ChatGPT does a great job of roasting the ever-living shit out of people you don't like. It's actually quite nice. North Countryman says, do you ever feel like you need multiple spouses and they also have multiple spouses? Like that guy in Star Trek? I literally, North Countryman, was daydreaming the other day about me, my husband, Adam Driver, my other husband, the poet, and then the poet's girlfriend, who's also one of my wives, and Adam Driver's partner, who's also one of my wives. And I was like, yeah, we're just in this like big fivesome and it's very fun and sexy. It's just me, the poet, Adam Driver, and 2 other women. And we're in a very happy relationship, all 5 of us together. We got like a bunch of kids just running around. Why Adam Driver? Why Adam Driver? You want to know why Adam Driver? I attract military people. especially military people who are like, oh, I have like soft hearts and thoughts and feelings. And I'm like, oh, that's Adam Driver. That's great. Oh, Dark Link says, do you think the internet is too horny? Pompeii. What an incredible experience of violence and destruction that gave us some of the most beautiful and insightful glimpses of our extended humanity. Because the walls of Pompeii are absolutely fucking covered with this cocksucker loves having his balls toggled by Madam So-and-so down at the butcher shop. Every fucker's afraid of my dick. Pussy for days, baby. Humanity has always been this way. We have always, forever, as soon as we were able to stand upright, been talking about our cock and balls and tits and pussy and ass. These are a part of our body and these are neurologically stimulating for good reason. The ancient graffiti is so important. I love it. Felt amazing. Yeah. So that's what the Travelocity Gnome's been up to. What a great joke. You're great. I like you. Accurate, says John, considering people are awful at making split-second decisions when talking, arguing, debating, unless you're possibly even somewhat prepared. Putting feelings down as words is therapeutic. John, it's even... public speaking, very reasonably, is one of the most difficult and terrifying things that we can do as humans. Because being judged in the moment for what we're trying to decide is right at this very instant is basically impossible. It requires several levels of our brains to be functioning appropriately, as well as our bodies to be supporting the function of our brains and minds at the same time. It's actually like juggling flaming chainsaws while explaining how to juggle flaming chainsaws. And you don't usually do those things at the exact same time. Oh, it's because Adam Driver is so sexy and artsy and just great. The internet of the people are so horny. He did a whole thing about getting Marines to act because it helps them. It's very important for people who are inside institutions of restriction to be able to express themselves in healthy ways. No, the non-internet is not horny enough. Prescience! Prescience. Oh, the Roman graffiti. Ancient graffiti, so good. Well, that went differently than I was expecting. The truth is, if you want to look at the present and judge it, that's very difficult to do. We're juggling flaming chainsaws, remember? It's actually much easier if you're juggling the flaming chainsaws. To take in the experiences that aren't happening immediately around you. It would just be easier. You're already working on the immediate experience around yourself. If you need to take in more information, it would seem like an overload to continuously take in information from the present. It's good for us to look to the past. It's excellent. It's the direction that we're actually facing as we race backwards into the future. What about Byzantine pornography? Byzantine? Byzantine? How do we pronounce this? Oh! So I did my second Duolingo lesson for Ukrainian. Let's work on my Ukrainian that I have worked on so far. Mama is mother in Ukrainian. Repeat after me, chat. Mama. Mama. If you want to get technical, I think the A sound in the middle of mama, which has a shorter A sound at the end of it, the middle one, is deeper and lower in your mouth than mama, which would be more of a like anglicized version of it, which is like more through your nose and in the top of your teeth, the sort of hard palate of your mouth. Mama is a lower. It's less, there's almost no nose resonance, and it's more in the jaw and maybe in the chest more. Mama. Tato. Tato. Same thing with tato. It's not tato. Tato. No, not the ta at the front of your mouth. It's tato. Tato. You can drop the jaw and open your mouth more, I think. I don't know. It's kind of difficult. I have an auditory processing delay, I feel. So sometimes I hear these words and I'm like, whoa, what did I just hear? I'm getting so caught up in the present juggling these. Tato. And then tum. Tum. Tum means there or home, I think. Tum. Mama tum. Mama is there. Tato tum. Father is there. What were the other words that I learned? Mama tum. Tato tum. That was the first day. I think I also learned and, but now I can't remember what and is. So we're not going to do that. What we learned yesterday was the word for aunt. Titka. Titka. Titka Toma. That means Aunt Toma. Yay! Titka Toma. So I think Titka Toma Tam means Aunt Toma is there. In Ukrainian, maybe. Who knows? Do you know French? No. Not even a little bit, no. I feel like I know more Ukrainian than I know French at this exact moment. Yeah, at least with juggling the chainsaws, you could be, like, remembered as the person who died, juggling the chainsaws, instead of being the person who shot themselves from anxiety talking to a giant group of people. That's a great episode of American Dad where Stan Smith shits the pool. And he's so horribly embarrassed. He can't deal with it. And his inability to deal with his own sense of shame and embarrassment at being the guy who shit the pool spirals him to the point where he tries to poison Barack Obama into shitting the pool so that he doesn't have to feel embarrassed for his own actions. It's a great episode that really highlights what something I love about American Dad is that it actually does tackle some pretty interesting emotional and mental qualms in outrageous ways, but that are also bizarrely relatable. Yeah. North Countryman, to be perfectly honest, you'll actually do what I want in my channel, not necessarily what you want in my channel. And what I want is for all of my moderators to be respected, because they are putting in lots of hard work for me that you don't. And that's the truth, North. You show up for me in a way that friends do, and I love and appreciate that. but the moderators are actually here to work. So I want them to be happy more so than my viewers, who I love and appreciate, but are not necessarily working for me like the moderators are. Murph, welcome back for 17 months in. Thank you. I love American Dad as well. Oh, it's one of the few episodes that I've watched. Oh my god, watch all of American Dad. And what's wonderful is that American Dad, like Bob's Burgers, I feel is still good in the first season. Even though the characters are so different, I feel like American Dad is so good in the first season because of how different the characters are and how that was something that worked. But it works so much better now with the characters now. I love it. She'll get her Tifa out. You better watch it. I do have a Tifa cosplay that I did once, and it was actually quite good. And every once in a while I find the little bits and pieces of it. I just haven't played a lot of Final Fantasy, so I don't love being characters from IP that I haven't thoroughly enjoyed. You know? Yeah. It also explores politics in a way that other cartoons don't. It was definitely more political in the beginning. I don't know. I feel like it, mercifully for me, because I don't particularly like politics. I'm glad that Stan became less of a hardcore Republican puppet like he was in the first few seasons, which had amazing things. The gay Republican episode is so good. Yes, we're Republican and gay was amazing. But also I prefer where the characters are now, where Stan is a sort of like over-enthusiastic frat boy who's at his core very socially awkward and disconnected, because that's relatable and logical for who he is in his life. I like that Francine is just straight up insane. I love that Francine can go from being wonderfully a perfect Stepford housewife, deeply entrenched in her routine to the point of madness, and at the same time she can be so unhinged and wild that, oh yeah, you don't remember? She stabbed her college roommate to death. Like, at the same time, it's both of, oh my god, I fucking love it. I think it's incredible writing. I love it. I think it's excellent because that's the reality of human beings, but then it's what makes characters so much more interesting. I love Steve. I love that Steve went from being an immature, sex-obsessed incel to being, oh god, a deeply sensitive, incredibly talented man. Truly a deeply sensitive, talented man as a child character, who loves his friends, who really loves his friends, who one of his most defining features is his adoration, his appreciation for his emotional support system in the family of his friendship. It's actually inspiring. I love it. The episode... the episode with Jane Krakowski guest starring as a very slutty neighbor who just moved into the neighborhood, and she was wondering if there were any strong young men who could maybe help out with a little home renovation project. And she gets all the guys to do the home renovation project with the idea, like with the allure that she's gonna fuck their brains out, but she's just flipping the house and then selling it. So the guys show up to bang her brains out, and it's like a family of 3 people living in this house that they renovated. And the end of the episode is then doing this beautiful, sweet montage of describing how each and every one of these guys became super gay later in life, but trying to reference as a direct result of this woman's manipulation. It's so ridiculous. It's so fucking outrageous. I think it's hilarious because it's drawing a really ridiculous parallel between the ways that older men actually do use young women in a way that then further wrecks them from being able to have what would be seen as normal relationships. Like, she turns them all gay by making them get into construction instead of fucking their brains out. Oh my god. I think I took a break at 2, so I think I'll take the next break like in, I don't know, maybe like in 15 minutes, but yeah. Oh man, it's so funny. I think it's not only a funny episode, I think it's a fun parallel as well. One of the main reasons why it's so inappropriate, why Drake is such a disgusting, inappropriate, monstrous person himself. Go fuck yourself, Drake. You're not welcome back here in Toronto. One of the reasons why going after young people is so despicable and so inherently inappropriate and wrong throughout so much of human history, we've recognized this, is that children are consistently going through stages of transition. Children don't have what we were talking about earlier that makes Francine such an interesting character. Francine's an interesting character because she can be very grounded in reality, a wife and mother who is dedicated to her community, who shows up with consistency. That's something that people develop over long periods of time. That's something that's in people's muscle memory. That shows a type of wisdom and maturity that gives people goalposts and defined boundaries for their lives, which is what all healthy, functioning human beings need. But children cannot create those things for themselves, which is why children are so crazy and unhinged, and why Francine is such an interesting character. Because Francine is this crazy, unhinged person who is also very, very grounded in her role as a mother and wife and person. She gets to have both of those. Children don't. Children need to be provided with one, so they have the freedom to sort of do the other on their own. And then hopefully they grow into adults who are stable and still have the childlike freedom to play and pop up and say, do you want to see me do the splits? This is valuable. This is important. But this is something that is so precious and so easily popped like a bubble. So Drake, the disgusting weirdo pedophile, takes advantage of the fact that children cannot create and recognize stability for themselves. And he comes in providing a false sense of stability, which is actually manipulative, which is actually life-sucking. Just as much as Jane Krakowski's character in the American Dad episode used those young men's bodies for the labor to build a beautiful house, pedophile, monstrous men like Drake use young women's bodies to build the sort of house of their own mind, of their own ego. And then they also build I nannied for a woman who came from a billionaire family. And I hated it so much. She didn't live on the bridal path, which is one of the wealthiest and nicest neighborhoods in Toronto. She didn't live on the bridal path, but she loved to fantasize about living on the bridal path, to the point that she would force me and the kids to get into the car and drive through the bridal path. So I got to drive past the lot where they were building Drake's house. This is the time that I was nannying and the house was being built. And do you remember when the hobbits got to Isengard with the Ents? And it goes from being this sort of beautiful, lush, natural, flowing landscape to this desolate, wide open, and the sky, the pale gray sky, actually feels threatening in its barren expanse instead of feeling open and full of potential. That was what was driving up on the bridal path to Drake's lot where he was building his mansion. It felt like the hobbits arriving at Isengard to see the entire thing just like a smoldering, disgusting ruin. I wasn't with that family nannying for long enough to actually see the entire thing go up, but watching how they really destroyed the natural because the bridal path actually has tons of gigantic old trees. It's one of the things that actually does make it a kind of nice neighborhood. It's not very densely packed. The houses are kind of spread out, and there are these huge, gigantic, century trees. Trees that could be even 200 or 300 years old. Who fucking knows? The bridal path is... Oh, wait, is there a gate on the bridal path? No. I don't think there's a gate on the bridal path, but there's definitely a huge wall and gate around his property. He gated himself into the bridal path, which literally defeats the fucking purpose of being... It's just why would you put your house there? Why would you put your house there when you can buy, I don't know, a $50 million floor of a condo building downtown Toronto, and then you get a really beautiful view, you get to be downtown Toronto, you know there's going to be an adorable and sweet convenience store run by a supportive, beautiful family of immigrants nearby, and they're gonna give you fucking delicious gum that you never thought you would try from whatever fucking country they're from. It's amazing. I don't know why he would want to live in the bridal path where all the rich idiots sit quietly in their stale houses. Toronto's great! Live in Toronto if you want to live in Toronto, you know what I mean? Fuck Drake. I've always really disliked him. It feels very good to feel like disliking this person was the right choice forever. I am truly one of the most insignificant, minor internet celebrities imaginable. To the point where I wouldn't even call myself an internet celebrity. But my roommate said that if you have more than 50,000 people on Instagram, you're an internet celebrity. So I'm not going to argue with a gay man. Are you? No. And seeing how Drake was behaving with Millie Bobby Brown, I was like, oh my god, that's so inappropriate. It's so inappropriate. It's so inappropriate. The minute you have any tiny status of celebrity whatsoever, and you see how other people are dealing with that tiny amount of celebrity status, and if they're doing it in a weird way, you're like, that's so fucking weird. That's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. It's so easy not to message somebody back who is inappropriately young. It's so easy. I've had people who are inappropriately young message me. You fuckers. You leave me alone. I've always been appropriate and been like, meh. Meh, meh. 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 I saw that in my area. What was a path through the forest nearby me that I used to go through is now just like a big old fucking road. Who fucking knows what goes through his weird head? I was never a fan of him, never got the appeal behind him, ever. He had some solid throwbacks, Days in the East, Heat of the Moment, some solid ones. There was some good music that he was a part of, but I mean, that happens, absolutely. There is no way in hell that being a part of a few good songs could ever overcome the concerted efforts of a predatory pedophile. Never. Oh, the validation. Which then also makes... I want to love Michael Jackson because I like his music, but I also cannot deny that there was lots of very inappropriate. And if we can agree that there was inappropriate conduct, then it stands to reason that there's even more inappropriateness that we don't even know about. Oh my god. But I still really want to like Michael Jackson's music. Oh god. Blech. This is too much of a Tuesday. I'm not going to figure out on a Tuesday how to feel about Michael Jackson. I think that, like, maybe mindfulness means that I can recognize that the music is joyous because music is joyous and connecting, but the actions of the individual are disgusting and reprehensible, and oh my god. I don't know what to do with that. Who knows? I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired, Chief. I'm tired, boss. What do I do, pup? If you bring the ball here, I'll throw it for you. Nope, but you can't drop the ball on the ground and expect me to throw it. I'm not on the ground. I'm actually not on the ground. That's a good girl. Look at how smart this dog is. I don't know if I believe everything that I read in the media. This is very true. This is very, very true. We must exert discretion. We must take in information and using our brains, our minds, and yes, even the feelings in our bodies. We must separate the wheat from the chaff. We must separate the useful from the useless information, the true from the false, because we're going to be getting a lot of it. And so it doesn't seem like a leap of logic or impossible to me that a man who was raised by an incredibly viciously abusive father and whose life had no thread of normalcy, had no authentic supportive connection. All of it really was transactional for Michael Jackson, about harvesting his talent, making money, using him as a performer, him loving performing, but also probably recognizing that it was so much about being a character and who he was himself, being unacceptable, which we saw through the plastic surgery, And then the idea that all of these things would contribute to becoming inappropriate with children. Losing sight of morality, losing sight of rightness, losing sight of appropriateness, because human beings, human brains, human existence cannot behave in a healthy way in unhealthy circumstances. So I can believe that he did awful things because of the awful things that were done to him. And it's not an excuse, it's a perspective. Also, anytime talking about children being abused, automatically it makes each and every one of us so overwhelmingly emotional and disgusted. We have no choice but to just want to go, fuck, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to fucking talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. Which is right. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want you to have to talk about this. But then that just reminds me of the conversation, the like heartbreaking conversation that I had with my brother, where I was talking to my brother about how our father and stepfather were abusing all of us, me and my brother and my stepbrother and my mother. How all four of us were victims of these adult men who should have done better, who should have known better. But also I can recognize that these adult men were raised in awful circumstances that they did not deserve either. That they were themselves victims of neglectful, incompetent, emotionally immature parents. And I can understand that these men are not perfect and that they did not deserve to be treated like they needed to be perfect to earn love, and that they had the horrible experience of being raised that way and how damaging it is to them. And I can recognize that, but then I can also recognize on top of that the truth that it doesn't excuse them abusing us as children. It will never excuse them abusing us as children. And the way to heal them is for them to acknowledge that they abused us as children, and that what they did was wrong, and that they did it because they were not able to function in a healthy way because of their own childhoods. That is what healing is. But that can only happen if we're all willing to literally sit in the truth of experience. And most people do not want to sit in the truth of experience. It's agonizing. The cops are coming for me because I'm getting too close to the truth. I don't know if I believe anything I read in the media. I mean, who does that benefit? So, before Drake's actions, what do you feel about his music now? I never liked his music, really. It never connected with me. I connected with people connecting to music, but, like, his music I was never like, wow, this permeated me the way that Kendrick Lamar's music has consistently. Gross behavior should not be bypassed due to celebrity. Gross behavior is, Harry John, Rainier Maria Rilke said, fame is the sum of all misunderstanding, which is exactly how you get these mega celebrities who are such disgusting individuals. Because fame is the sum of all misunderstanding. We want to misunderstand these people. It makes them more perfect in our eyes and therefore more idolizable. Well, yeah, not everything is real, says Ritus, especially in the media. When there are court cases for things, I might start to believe more of it. Who is speaking? I mean, we need to be critical about who is speaking. What are they saying? How long have they been saying it for? In what ways are they saying it? We need to listen individually, but it's also very difficult because it's so overwhelming to acknowledge the individualization of each person around us. There's literally billions of people all around us, and we're all kind of connected now through the internet. Harry John says, I have plenty of people who are well known that I respect, but respect can be moved to new people. Yes, new people are always allowed to earn it, absolutely. Drake's music was popular in nightclubs. Yeah, people make shitty choices all over the place. He didn't really have an easy life, yeah. It doesn't excuse the weird behavior. It's not just frowned upon. It's flat out wrong what he did. Very true, says Lord Atreides. We can sympathize with what caused someone to have those issues without excusing or enabling that behavior. Humans are complex. We need to both empathize with the person while solving for and preventing the abuse. Exactly. When I was talking with my brother, he said, maybe, V, you would just be better off without these people. And I asked my brother, do you mean our family? Are you actually telling me that maybe I would be better off without our family? Yes! Yes, I believe we all would have been better off without this particular family full of abusers, manipulators, and neglectful people. I absolutely agree we would have been better off, sir. But we can't go back in time and change that. All we can do is sit in the moment and the truth of what now is, which is we're all adults now. We're not children now, but my stepbrother's wife is pregnant, and my stepbrother is going to have a child, and my stepfather has abused children in the past. And we need to acknowledge that if he was a child abuser in the past, he has grown and is no longer a child abuser, because there's going to be a child in the family now. There's a real child. There is an actual real child who could be in danger if we do not acknowledge that there was damage due to the danger in the past. My brother feels more comfortable not talking about the abuse because he knows that it will set off our stepfather in an intense, insane way. It's very difficult. Oh, Stream Elements timed you out, monster. As much as I would love to be able to read about your terrible childhood due to those circumstances, I think these are the things that you talk about with your therapist, just like I've talked about with my therapist, and not during the Twitch, and then not during the Twitch stream. I think what you're saying is correct and right. I'm not sure if InvaderVie's Twitch chat is the right time for you as an audience member to start talking about your childhood. Yes. I don't mean to shut down what you're saying in any way, shape, or form. I just think that I'm juggling a lot of flaming chainsaws by expressing my own circumstances and what I've worked through in my life in an entertaining way that's also relatable to the audience. And I feel like if now we shift focus to individual people in the audience, it's going to start turning into like an individual therapy session, which then puts a lot of emotional labor onto me, which I'm already kind of doing in my own performance of this experience. Yeah. I thought I could just add to the conversation. You are adding to the conversation, but we get to be mindful of the fact that our individual experiences are more about the feelings and less about the experience. So I think you can contribute. I think that what you said is valuable. You're talking about the actual things that happened. You said the issues at home, and then you moved, and then all of these things. And then I think that you could have started with, I also feel the weight of grief through the things that I've been through. I relate a lot with what you're saying. We've had similar experiences. And basically you're saying all the exact same things that you said, but without actually saying those things, which for me to stop and read out loud would then take all of the things that we're thinking and feeling and really shifting them onto, no offense, a sort of faceless individual in the crowd. Because we don't know, we can't see what you're thinking and feeling, which means I need to interpret what you're thinking and feeling for the audience, which then is decentralizing for the stream. It's okay. I've done it myself as well, where I think I'm adding to the conversation, but I'm actually just shifting focus onto myself instead of adding to the conversation. I've done it so many times, I can recognize it in other people very easily because I've done it a million more times than you probably have. Yeah. Oh yeah. All this is to say, I'm very nervous about my step-nephew being born because I really don't trust my stepfather around children. In 2019, when I went to TwitchCon, I asked my mother and my stepfather to take care of my cat and my dog while I was at TwitchCon. And the dog was pretty easy to take care of. She's very fun, easygoing. My cat was a little bit harder because my cats are a little bit more sensitive to their owners being gone. So my cat pissed and shit on my bed while I was at TwitchCon. And my stepfather had to clean it up. And I got back from TwitchCon late, and then drove outside of Toronto to the city where my family lived, and I woke up the next morning, so like I'm jet lagged. I've just gotten back from this trip. TwitchCon in 2019 was kind of stressful, if you remember anything I've said about it. And I woke up to my stepfather in my bedroom, sitting down and saying, "Your cat shit and pissed on that bed when you were gone." And I said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." Yes, cats are very sensitive to their owners' comings and goings, and they will defecate and urinate in an area to leave their scent so that I, quote unquote, can find them. And my stepfather was like, I kind of blacked out because he started saying things that were so rude and so mean to me. I couldn't really contextualize them. And so I needed more context from him. And so I asked him, because he was very angry that my cat did this. He was like so insanely angry. The things that he was saying to me were so cruel and so full of rage. I was so confused. I said to him, wait. Well, what happens when I have a kid and I need you to baby? And I didn't even finish the word. The word never even got out before my stepfather interrupted me and said, "I will never take care of that child." He said it to me, looking me straight in the eye, first thing in the morning, as I was literally laying in bed. He's just an awful, disgusting man who literally lied to every person who's important to him in his life when he stood up at the wedding that he had with my mother and was like, "Oh yeah, I take you and our families are one and we're here together." Absolutely, like he lied in front of everyone because he literally, and then in private said to me, "I will never take care of that child. That child, the child of his wife's daughter, that child." He's a disgusting, despicable person. He absolutely is. His cruelty knows no fucking bounds. And my brother knows this. And I told my brother this the day that it happened. I told my brother this last week, again, to remind him. And my brother still is like, "Well, yeah, you see, when they were growing up, there was a lot of lead in the gasoline. And it's really a generational thing. You know, he's never been the babysitting type, you see. And it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating because my brother is such a coward, such a spineless coward, that he's very comfortable setting up all these straw man arguments and gently tapping them over to try to make me feel better. And he really ignores the central issue, which is that this man is a liar and a manipulative abuser to vulnerable people that he gets alone. This is always the thing. My stepfather has been the most disgusting, vile, violent, and terrifying man, but only when it's me and him in the room. Only when it's me being 5'5" and 120 pounds, and him being 6'2", 6'3", and 200 pounds. That's when he feels the most comfortable to say and do these things. Because then it's very easy for every other person to go, "Well, I didn't see him do that. He's being nice to you right now. Look at him, he's being so nice. He cut you a slice of pie and he brought you ice cream. He probably didn't say or do any of those bad things that you say he said he did in private when none of us were here, because that would show a level of malicious intent that is incomprehensible. Literally incomprehensible. Like cartoonish levels of villainy, to the point that my own therapist was like, "I don't mean to diminish your lived experiences, but your life is literally Cinderella. Like, your mother got tricked into marrying an evil stepfather who literally hates your fucking guts to your face, but only in private, and then in public is like, 'We really tried our best with her.'" It's just like, it's like a fucking bad fairy tale. Not ideal. Not ideal. Yeah. Lord Atreides says, "Also, thank you, Boss Steam 10. Damn, that's cruel. Thank you for the, yes, this thank you, friends. Fuck that shit. That's so embarrassing. What's wrong with him? Thank you for these comments. These are the appropriate responses when you hear people behaving in such irresponsible ways. Yes. Thank you for being open to the ridiculousness of this with me. Thank you for the validation that as I was experiencing it and I thought, wow, this is pretty fucked up. there were people in my back pocket going, yeah, that is pretty fucking fucked up. That's the thing of excusing what we don't want to accuse. You can hide in denial forever and ever and ever and just end up enabling people to do harm. Total cognitive dissonance. The last text message that I sent to my brother said, yes, I am so sorry that I have been yelling at you recently, because I have been yelling at my brother over the phone recently. A lot of our conversations do sort of devolve into me yelling at him. These men are abusers. These men abused us. These men continued to abuse me into adulthood until I literally cut them off to the point that we don't even see each other on holidays now. And they're happy about this. They're happy that I'm not coming around at Christmas anymore, because that gives them the freedom to continue being shitty without the victim accusing them, right? And my brother's just like, yeah, and that's how I want it to stay. That's how I want it to stay. I want these guys to be allowed to live in happy. So I was talking with my brother, and I was like, I feel so terrible because our stepfather abused us as children, and our stepbrother is about to have a child. And how am I going to sit at this child's birthday parties and not look across the table and go, happy birthday, little nephew. I hope you don't get abused like I was by your grandpa. And my brother was like, well, maybe you just don't go to the birthday parties then. Maybe on the day you just say that you're sick. And then maybe you just celebrate later with just our brother and his wife and the kid. And I actually was like, are you literally telling the victim of childhood abuse to just erase herself from the experience of family gatherings forever so that the abuser can live happily eating cake and potentially abusing a child in secret? It's evil. It's literally evil. It makes me recognize that I would be evil if I didn't say something. If I didn't say, you can never let our stepfather babysit. Because when he's alone with that baby, he might look at it and think, that child is none of my responsibility. And that could literally kill the baby. Just that thought could kill him, could kill the baby. Oh my God in heaven. Why are we punishing the baby? Even Rebecca in Severance knew it's not the baby's fault. Don't punish it. And I feel like we're punishing the baby by letting an abusive grandparent be in the picture. Especially when that abusive grandparent has already expressed that, like, it's not hard for him to view. I mean, I know that I'm his stepdaughter, so he fucking hates me. And this terrifying thing is that there is, like a psychological phenomenon that is supported with the idea that step-parents just resent their stepchildren and favor their own children. So it's good the idea that, like, he might really love his own grandchild, but then also if that grandchild is not perfect in the way that he wants, what happens if he doesn't? I thought you were 6 foot or something. No, I'm not that big. I know I look gigantic, but I'm actually not that big. I wish that people, says Lord Atreides, I wish that people would make more peace with the fact that shitty people aren't shitty all the time. Like, them doing nice things sometimes does not change the awful stuff that they also are capable and also are doing. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. You need to catch him on tape or something spewing all that vitriol to you. I stutter when I become emotionally engaged because I'm full of fear and my body doesn't want to work. And I've thought about that. I've thought about using myself as bait and keeping a recording of our conversation so that I could play it back for people and so that they could hear it. But then I'm like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it, because what happens when I do that? What happens when I am alone in the room with him with my phone in my pocket and he starts screaming at me, and then I play the recording for them and they go, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe you were making a face. Like, maybe you were doing something with hand gestures. Maybe the reality is that it doesn't matter how much evidence I give. It should be enough evidence that I'm like, hey, I've been in therapy for years. I've had decades of anxiety and mental health issues because of these events that have happened that me and my brothers now as adults all agree happened. All agree happened. I don't think it's worth it to put myself in harm's way to try to create evidence for people who, to be honest, should probably just believe me based on the evidence of my lived experience. I'm not paying I'm not in multiple different types of therapy that cost me hundreds of dollars a month for fun. Not for fun. It's not because it was so difficult growing up in the 90s. It was actually really fun and easy growing up in the 90s. Things were simpler back then. I'm in therapy and I've had the experience of trying to keep my life small because of the terrible ways that these adults failed the children that they were responsible for. It doesn't make them Hitler, but it does make them child abusers. Does your brother hear himself? What the fuck? I did tell my brother that I wanted him to write down the things that he was saying to me in this conversation so that he could look back on it in time and hopefully be able to reflect on how inappropriate it was. I don't think he was listening to me. Exactly right. My brother doesn't live in this province, so he doesn't go to the birthday parties anyways. So I guess it's kind of easy for him to be like, just don't go to the birthday parties. But that's such a narrow and frankly revolting perspective. It's shocking to hear it come from somebody who I thought was like my friend and my brother. It's always so difficult when there's actual children involved. Right now, we're all adults. It's very easy for me to just keep my distance because we as adults can make decisions as adults. We have agency, we have informed consent, we can do these things. But there's literally going to be a kid born into this family. And my stepbrother's wife is a very sweet woman who comes from an incredibly loving family. She's also a cop. So, abusive stepfather, grandpa, uninformed, kind of numb dad. My poor stepbrother is a little numb, which you would have to be to survive growing up this way. And then a cop for a mom. It's, we'll see how this kid turns out. We'll see how this kid turns out. We're always just gonna see how the kid turns out. Woof. All of Canada is one-party consent for recordings. This is true. Oh, Beta Virgin has had the same experience as me, where these big dudes love to throw their weight around like the shitty, small people they truly are. Oh, God. You look like 90s meets 2010s. Oh, I'm stealing that for future use. Asking someone to write down what they said and read it back, or even doing it for yourself. What a brilliant idea. It's not even a band-aid. It's more like rubbing dirt in the wound. Yep. I love your aesthetic, V. Thanks, babe. At this point, it feels like your brother just agrees with you just to appease you, but is actually fully behind the abuser. Yes, Ritus, that's what enablers do. It's what enablers do. Whether he wants to be or not, he's turning into an abusive person as well by future faking. By turning into somebody who has to adopt the habits of the abusive person to be able to cope with the habits of an abusive person. I don't like the way he talks to you one bit, and I know it's not my place to say that, but holy shit, what the fuck? So here's the thing. I texted my brother. I said, yes, I've been yelling at you because our father and our stepfather are child abusers. And this is a truth that must be acknowledged and acted upon. Denying this not only puts people around you in danger, my brother, but it is truly putting yourself into danger. And I hope one day you are able to recognize that. And I sent that to him over a week ago and he hasn't responded. Literally, my brother, the first word that I ever spoke in this life, the person who I went to first and said, I recognize that we were being abused as children and that it has severely disabled us in our adult lives. And I hope that you can appreciate the severity of what I'm telling you. And my brother said, yes, I do. Yes, I do appreciate the severity of what you're telling me. And then secretly in his heart of hearts, he said, I don't care though, but I don't care. And the reason he doesn't care is that he has to keep every feeling shallow and surface level. Because if he actually was to touch the deep feelings inside of himself, he would see that our father and our stepfather abused us maliciously, purposefully, calculatedly, and that our mother was so negligent, it was truly criminal. Literally criminal negligence on our mother's behalf. And if my brother accepts that, then he really loses the foundation of the idea that we had a good family and that he's part of a good family. And my brother, unfortunately, really truly believes that if he is good and kind enough, his healing fantasy is that our father and stepfather will become good people, and that all of the pain and suffering that they put us through will be worth it because it will be part of their redemption. This healing fantasy is in complete contradiction to a concept called radical acceptance, which is the most important thing that we can do as human beings. As human beings, we must radically accept that there are things that we cannot change. This phrase has been so deeply ingrained in us that all of you recognize it as familiar. There are things that are truly impossible for us to change, and narcissistic people are impossible for us to change. I'm not going to be able to cure my father or my stepfather, but I will be able to talk to my stepbrother and say, we were abused as children. Your father was the perpetrator of this abuse. You must be aware that he cannot be allowed to abuse your child. And then that's it. That's the circle of healing. There it is. We touch into the darkness, we acknowledge it, and we literally step out of it into the light to protect our children. It's the most important thing we can ever do. And it makes me filled with an unquenchable rage that my disgusting, spineless coward of a revolting idiot brother would try to stop me from doing that to protect an innocent child. It really makes you question the values of the people you keep around yourself. One of the guys that I matched with on Tinder, who is a phenomenal fucking musician, who just got a distribution offer in California, which is very fun and exciting. He's going to be very famous very soon, which is cool. That I'm like, oh, and I might date him. He recommended Malcolm Gladwell's Talking to Strangers, which I'm excited to read after I finish Peter Levine's In an Unspoken Voice. Yeah. In my life, if I hypothetically have a child, I will never, ever let my parents look after my child alone. If I cannot trust them to be a good parent to me, how could I ever trust that they would be good grandparents? It's so appeasing. An abuser like that is beyond crazy to me. It also rewards them for all the shitty ways that they treated you with unfettered access to grandchildren, which are truly a delight and a reward that they don't deserve. No. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. We've talked a lot. I need to take a break. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Yeah. came back. I posted a picture of myself on the Instagram. I'm less afraid of being banned on Instagram, so I feel like I can do more racy things. So I posted a very racy photo. Enjoy the race. Enjoy the race. Oh, there you go. Get all my pillows all organized. Hello. Samdoc says, I tried to sell broken faucets and taps, but it didn't work. The market was flooded. So stupid. Okay, but also speaking of, you know that you're turning into an incredibly old, boring person when you're like infinitely excited about the delivery of your new toilet handle. I'm like realizing that I love where I am so much, so then why am I not living like I love where I am? And I was like, oh yeah, I can renovate. So last year I discovered that I really adore fucking in my kitchen. I had no idea. I had to like get a little blackout drunk a few times last year. Only like once or twice or 2 or 3 times. And each time that I got blackout drunk last year, the 2 or 3 times that it happened, during intense partying periods, Drunk V was like, I want you to come fuck me in my kitchen. Which is amazing. Good to know. I love getting the 411 on my own desire. But I also realized that my conscious, sober self didn't like my kitchen at all. Like, I hated my kitchen. It wasn't like representative of who I was as a person. It like was mostly where I put stuff that I was going to get rid of. Like, the kitchen table was the landing pad for this is going to Goodwill, or this is going to the garbage, or this is going into, like, this is leaving the house, and this is the launching pad for it to leave the house. And I was like, well, that's no good because I want to be fucking on my kitchen table. That's where I want to be coming, not where items should be going from. So I redesigned my entire kitchen. I like got rid of a whole bunch of stuff that I thought I really liked. I got this beautiful, huge, old, solid wood dining table that I thought was the love of my life. I do not have room for a gigantic, you need a dining room for a dining table. You can't fit a dining room table in an eat-in kitchen. That's just not how it works. It was difficult. It was difficult to say goodbye to it because I got that table with my mom, and now it's very difficult to not hold on to things. Like when you lose a parent, especially when you lose a parent to something like early onset Alzheimer's and dementia, it becomes very, very difficult to let go of anything that ever belonged to them. And as we get older, we're going to lose our parents to things like cancer and Alzheimer's and dementia and death and all these things. And so learning to let go of the like objects that we feel connect us to them is very important because we're going to have to let go of those objects. Oh, can we ban that person who made some weird, creepy comment? It's not really appropriate right now. Sybil TV has better comments. They said, I'm sorry, I have a hard time letting go of some things like that as well. And all of us do. Each and every, what a universal experience. Last year, the man that I was seeing, my friends with benefits, Stretch, he had lost his mother. His mother had passed away from cancer. And he felt really deeply connected to every item that belonged to her. But that was even to the detriment of his relationships because his roommate used some of his mother's pillows, like couch pillows. She put them on the ground. Yeah, that was the right one, right? Yeah. And then the pillows got dirty, and then him and the roommate got into a fight about the dirty pillows. And the reality is, who gives a fuck about the pillows? Who gives a fuck if pillows get dirty? It doesn't, like, pillows get dirty. It happens. Who gives a fuck? But the fact that Stretch had to turn it into a fight with his roommate, it was just such... It was another one of those examples of his weird behavior where it's like, it's absolutely okay to have a strong connection to items that remind us of our parents, especially once our parents leave us. But it's not okay to then use that as some sort of excuse to attack somebody for what they did in the moment. It's so weird. Oh my God. So this thing happens. This thing happens as you heal and as you, like, quote unquote, do the work of healing, your feelings and your perspective on people in your life change. And it is so terrible and it is so painful. It's like if you decided that you wanted to become a bodybuilder and you understand that to become a bodybuilder, you need to build muscle. A huge portion of becoming a bodybuilder is also cutting fat. And if you're going to become a high operating, high performance individual, you actually do need to cut the fat of your life. And that means looking at the people in your life who let you down. So like, my mother was my best friend. My mother was everything to me. Like, I look like her. I seem like her. Like, people who know both of us are like, wow, you guys are very similar. So watching, number one, my mother be involved in horrendously abusive relationships was very difficult, because I could only see myself reflected in these horrible abusive relationships as well, and my place and how I'm supposed to behave towards men who are treating me this way. And then to watch her succumb to early onset Alzheimer's and dementia is like, I felt awful. I felt like I was losing my best friend. I felt like I was losing my future, my present, and my past all at once. I felt like I was losing a huge part of myself, because our mothers are often a huge part of ourselves. So that was so difficult, it propelled me into therapy, because I felt like I was literally losing my ability to function as a person without her. But then going to therapy and realizing, wow, all the difficulty that I'm having with coping with her loss is because she was not giving me the tools that I needed to be able to cope with loss. Realizing that my best friend, my mother, who I felt was like my soul, truly, was actually a neglectful failure of a mother was so difficult. It felt like learning how to hate myself. It felt like cutting off my own cancerous leg. It felt like tearing out my own bleeding heart. Really, it actually did. And it was so painful and awful, and it felt so bearable, because I thought my brother was doing this along with me. I thought my brother was also doing the work of being like, oh my God, this perspective is honestly earth-shattering. It's making me question everything about my life. It's changing my perspective on what it is to literally breathe and live and love. I thought my brother was there with me. I thought we were on the same page because of the lies that he told me and the betrayals that I wanted to be blind to. And so now I have this thing where I went from loving my mother so much to kind of hating her, which feels scary and awful. I don't want to hate my mother. I love my mother. I don't want to hate my brother. I love my brother. I don't want to hate myself. I love myself. And learning how to parse out all those feelings and which ones are correct and which ones are incorrect, which ones feel natural and which ones feel unnatural, and then leaning into the opposite of it is, like, no fucking wonder I'm so goddamn tired. But then the flip side of that, and no wonder my hair has been so thick and fucking beautiful lately. I've been putting a lot of thought into everything, and I think it's making my hair grow nicer. That's nonsense. I don't know what I'm saying. I just wanted to diffuse the tension of the situation with a silly joke. Astronomically Bossing says true words, and I hear you. Oh, does that mean that you can also feel that I want to move on to lighter subjects and topics, because this is getting too real and too deep and too exhausting? You know, it's fucked up. We're not immortal. Why are we not immortal? It doesn't make sense. You know what's crazy? We are and we aren't. Our feelings and our thoughts and our ideas will vastly outlive us because they've existed long before us as well. It's the beauty of humanity. We sort of kind of do the same things over and over again, which means nothing is really ever lost to us. It's just going to come back around again. That's what the wheel in tarot means. Yeah, Mario Kart 9 is coming because other Mario Karts have come before. Oh my god, Mario Kart 8's so fun though. Let me live to be 10,000 years and see everything and live and die and progress. And I mean, the reality is if you're paying attention, you can watch 10,000 lives go by around you at the same moment. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to live 10,000 years. You can live 1 year and connect with 10,000 people and feel like you've lived 10,000 individual years. Val, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you trying to get the ball? Get it. Get it. Get it. It's okay if it's touching the laundry. It's okay. Oh my God, her toy went into a laundry basket. And she's like, I don't know, the toy's in the laundry basket. Am I allowed to touch laundry? She doesn't know, so I had to, yep. We are much less temporary than we think we are. What's wonderful is that it's just about resonating. Resonance is one of the most incredibly powerful and simple experiences that exists. Do you guys know anything about resonance? Do you want to know how to topple gigantic solid structures? Easily. Easily. It's with resonance. We learned about this in theater school because it's part of production design. If you're an architect, if you're an engineer, you understand the intensely destructive force of resonance. And being able to resonate it's simultaneously impossible to not do and impossible to maintain. We can't always be resonating all the time, but when we do, things happen. In theater school, our teacher taught us about this concert. This concert that was full of percussion. Lots of drumming, stomping, and clapping. And this concert was taking place in the atrium of an art museum, maybe? The details of this are not particularly precise in my mind. But the people in the room were able to resonate through music at the exact frequency that toppled the structure of the room. It literally brought down a bridge that was suspended, I believe, in the atrium. And it's something that we didn't recognize was possible until we saw it with our own eyes. That you can vibrate a bridge. You can vibrate a structure. You can resonate. You can hit the level of vibration where all of it comes together in a perfect alignment, and you can actually vibrate it apart. Naturally, purposefully, beautifully. It's one of the reasons why being in control of social media, which is the sort of delivery system for music for a lot of people, is so important. Because the reality is, we've seen the unifying power of music, even recently. They not like us. If I say the words, hit a chord, and it's probably a minor, people resonate with that. You can begin it, and people's bodies will take over automatically. We've seen the importance and the ability of music to resonate throughout time and space and through many different people. And if we're able to resonate together against the rising tide of fascism, then we'll do it. We have before and we will again. We just got to figure out that resonance. Jason says, I would love to know if there is an end to space. Like, surely if we went in one direction, it has to end? Or is space like Earth, a circle, or is it massive? One of the most terrifying explanations of space is that it's donut-shaped, which means that we can look forward and see ourselves from behind, and we can look to the side and see ourselves from the side, which also means that all we're ever seeing is ourselves, that can't be. I really need McDonald's. That idea is actually so terrifying and gigantic. I want to be so small and salty and sweet and delicious, like a McDonald's Happy Meal. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I can't begin to think about how big the universe is. I'm a Happy Meal. I'm just a Happy Meal. I can't begin. That's awesome. I, Thou by Martin Buber posits that we find God in these moments of resonance with one another. It's the most real in that moment. To love another person is to see the face of God is one of my favorite song lyrics ever from anything. And I love it so much. And I do feel that I absolutely fucking despise the authoritarian, traditional, rule enthusiastic God. I'm really not a fan of that God, even though I feel like I have literally such a deep personal connection to God. Because I'm like, I see God in the kindness of strangers. I see God in the beautiful, familiar ways of growth. I see God in movies that scare me to the core of my being. I felt like I saw the face of God when I was watching Demi Moore in The Substance, because I watched a woman so breathtakingly beautiful convince me that she saw the ugliest thing imaginable in the mirror. And that transformation is transcendent, purely. Oh my God, I'm so excited for her to win that Oscar. Oh my God, we are all so excited to watch her win that Oscar, because she deserves it, because she gave us a glimpse of what it is to see the transformation of something so big and so unbelievable done so simply right in front of you. It must be the almighty power of God. It must be magic, because it was simultaneously true and an act. It was simultaneously erotic and repulsive. It was simultaneously beautiful and horrific. And that's the resonance. That's art. Oh my God, that's the ability to actually live beyond your life. That is the ability to create and to become immortal. Humans are immortal in many, many ways. Humanity is immortal in many ways, as long as we keep living. But as individuals, that's God? I don't know what I'm saying, but that felt right to say. Waiting for the Happy Meal jokes to chime in now. This is no time for joking, Biking Viking. You're either thinking about fucking me, or you're thinking about fucking me better with your magical penis, so that I don't have to think all these sad thoughts. The conclusion that I came to, the reason why I think the poet stopped messaging me last night and had difficulty messaging me this morning, it wasn't because I did something wrong. I think there was something wrong. I think something happened. And I think he's trying to protect me from even sensing that something is wrong, because he knows that I'm the kind of person to throw myself inappropriately into a situation to fix it. And so I'm just like, I just want to be like, what happened? Tell me what's wrong. Let me fix it. And the truth is, I need to not fix his problems. I need to work on my own problems. I have so many problems. And then there are these planets that are just there around our planet, uninhabited, spinning. For what, man? Oh my God. I mean, why does the space underneath trees exist? For us. It is literally for us. Why not for us? Why do all these other planets exist in our solar system? For us. For us to become tougher and stronger, more acclimatized to the places that we don't belong, but we could. It's been so long since I was in this chat, and I kind of missed it. What's good, baby? Welcome back. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about. Maybe it will come to an end when the explosion ends, and the beginning, and the Big Bang, and oh my God. Even if there might be no life anywhere else on these other planets, I would love to think that there is life somewhere out there. Oh, there's so much life. I believe there is so much life out there. And I am so grateful that we don't have the intensely overwhelming burden of trying to understand it when we are doing such an awful job of even understanding our own existence. You know what I mean? I am so grateful that we haven't had the privilege of bumping up against other lives, because we are very much struggling with the privilege of bumping up against our own lives. We're not really there yet. I often wonder if the alien species are genuinely being kind to us by not bothering us with their problems yet and letting us deal with our own problems first. Like, maybe the aliens are like, once they step outside of their own solar system, they get to be part of, like, the deep end of space. But it does kind of feel like maybe we're just children being unknowingly sequestered in the shallow end of the universe's pool, because we're not ready to swim in the deep end yet. We're still tearing off our fucking swim diapers and trying to eat the feces inside like idiots. Are you good with meeting boyfriend's parents? Man, I don't know what I'm good at. I know I'm good at sucking dick, okay? I've never had to suck my boyfriend's parents' dicks. Yeah, I think Jason and Annalette need to take the conversation to DMs now. Yeah, you guys, get out of here. It's crazy to think. Now you're talking to me again? Nope. Wait, yes? There's a recent NASA photo. I thought you said Nazi photo, and I got really scared. I'm so sorry, Clay Sky. It's so deeply ingrained to protect myself from the word Nazi, but it's actually the word NASA. Photo of Andromeda Galaxy, which reveals over 100 million stars in that one galaxy alone. Most of my questions to life pertain to people and how they work. Well, have you done, how much reading have you done? Because truly, there's a lot of literature on how people think and feel. Iron Bunny, welcome back. You are the cutest. Fair enough. I guess I deserved that roast for trying to roast chat. Do what you're good at. Maybe humanity is just early. We're very young. We're very young. We're very, very young. We're very young. We're very much also like sort of playing with toys that we're not entirely qualified to play with yet. You're a good communicator too. Yo, my talented mouth doesn't just get me in trouble. Bal, up here, now. Bal, up here, now. You sit and you close your little lips. You close your little dog lips. She's a good dog and she really does listen. But she's also like a deeply emotional dog. So finding the balance between like letting her be a dog and bark, but then also establishing that I'm the big dog and I let you know when there's danger, little dog. You can alert me to noises and thoughts and feelings, but you can't contextualize actual danger, little dog. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. You see, she's getting ready to bork again. She's getting ready to bork. Look at her. This is the borking stance. She's got her little head forward, her little eyes looking. She's got her little legs shaking, little shaky leg. She's a handsome little girl. Yes, she is. There it is. Her little, I can see this moving. You see this moving? It's not her nose sniffing, it's her lips going. Bork primed. Full magazine, or clip rather, and one in the chamber. Yeah. Bow. Pop. Pop the bork. Empty the magazine. Pop the clip. Get it out of the chamber. Disengage the bork. No borking. Can you lay down? Can you lay down like a good girl? Bala, can you lay down? Yeah, can you lay down? You can. Good girl, you're so good. No, not immediately undo the good thing, you rat bitch. Whatever. I think science fiction has skewed our ability to understand our place in the universe, if place is the accurate translation. It is important for us to recognize how insignificant, tiny, and delicate we are, while also recognizing that we're very important, connected, and universal at the same time. That's called mindfulness, and it's a mindfuck. Bow. Relax. Relax. Relax, Bow. Relax. Give me your paw. That's right, give me your paw. I'm gonna hold this so you relax a little bit. She hates it. Every time my dog starts barking, I just look at her in between the barks and I ask, are you done? And then she does it again for a few barks and then stops. You have to be careful, because I learned this from the internet, that if the dog barks and you make noise, the dog thinks that you're also barking. And so the dog interprets it as we're all making noise. You have to try to make a noise at the dog that doesn't kind of like what you're doing, where you like ask them a question, like a quiet question. Because what Stretch and his idiotic, stupid, disgusting, revolting family were doing is that the dog would bark and they would all go, hey, no barking. And I didn't want to tell these people how stupid they were being, but I couldn't help but laugh at how stupid these people were being, that I was just like, you guys realize that like when the dog barks, you're immediately barking to affirm her bark, right? Whatever. I'm glad I didn't waste the breath on those fucking morons. Oh yeah. You rat bitch. I do call my dog you rat bitch. I do. No, I'm gonna hold on to your little hand because you bark. She sometimes realizes that I'm being quiet. That's the thing. If the dog barks, you look at them, you give them an angry sort of like, did you just ruin my silence? And then you very quietly respond to them because that's what you want is quiet. You say, what are you doing? And the dog goes, what the fuck? What vibe is that? What vibe? Quiet? We're doing a quiet vibe? But that sound out there, we're doing a quiet vibe? You gotta convince the dog. You gotta convince the dog. Yes. You gotta be real. You gotta get quieter. You gotta get quiet. You gotta get like real, like, you gotta give them some cat energy. Hello. Oh, do you want me to hold your hand again? Is that what you, paw? Paw. That's right. Give it to me. She's like, oh, I'll let you touch it, but I want you to hold it. No, don't hold my paw. 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 No, I hate it. I hate it when you hold my paw. I know you do. I know you don't like it. I know you just want to bork. I know you just want to bork and have your paws. You hate it. I know. I love your paw. I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat it like a Nature Valley bar. I'm going to eat your paw. Oh, you got stinky paws. She's licking me. No, I'm eating you. You can't give me kisses. I'm cannibalizing you. I love you, puppy. You're a stinky puppy. Stinky puppy. Oh, she's such a sweetheart. You literally could start eating her alive and she would just give you kisses. Yes. I'm gonna eat your ear next. Ready? I'm gonna eat you up. I'm gonna eat you up. Live dog cannibalism. I'm gonna eat you up. 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 Okay, you're gonna pull a titty out, and that's gonna actually get me banned more than the cannibalism is. If you can do it without pulling a titty out. I'm gonna... Oh yeah, I'm gonna get you. Okay, that's a titty. Yeah. She hated all of that. That was abuse. She hated all of that. You saw her tail going. That's it. Dogs hated that. You're stinky dum-dum. She needs a bath. Am I gonna give you a bath tonight? She might come in the bath with me tonight. That's a stinky puppy. Oh, dogs are the best. They're eating the cats and dogs live on Twitch. Oh, do you want me to eat the pussy next? I'll eat the pussy next. Cute dogs got good grandma vibes. Oh, she is such a baby. Oh, she is such a baby. She is such a baby. You gotta find her first for the bath. Yeah, she's not gonna like that. She's not like bath time. She just like gets paralyzed. She's just like, I can feel my whole body. But yeah, she's a little stinky. She could use a bath. Okay. You guys, what a great day. I can't believe I streamed the whole day. I'm proud of myself. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm not really dressed like InvaderVie. I'm kind of more dressed like regular V. These are like clothes that regular V would basically wear, not necessarily InvaderVie. So thanks for showing up for a regular V stream. I tricked you. You thought this was gonna be an InvaderVie stream, but she's not here. I'm so excited. I'm having a long distance date with the poet tonight. We're gonna watch more of Freerin. I'm so excited. I have to catch up. Well, no, that's fine. Yeah, I'll watch the episodes. I'm really excited to watch the episodes with him. Maybe I'll get in the bath and watch. Oh, that'd be so yeah. And then I can daydream about him touching me. I really like when he touches me. It feels real good. This was nice. I hardly ever get to catch streams. I'm so jazzed. Yeah. The fit is so cute. Wait, Lord Atreides, who are you? You were a first-time chatter. So you being like, I hardly ever get to catch stream, I'm just like, are you here usually? The fit is so cool. And then I'm just like, are you Awesome Sauce? And did you just rename yourself? The fit is so cute. Oh yeah, sorry, I already read that. Tomorrow I'll be back again. I think I'm gonna try to stream again tomorrow. And then Thursday I have therapy, which is excellent because I feel like I have a lot to talk about in therapy. And then on Friday is cosplay day, where I will show up as Faye Valentine for Valentine's Day, which feels just right. Yeah. It's actually Oscar Isaac's account. Oh, no. I feel like those guys, I feel like Oscar Isaac and Pedro Pascal and all those people have much better things to do than jerk off to me. They're a 2+ year follower. Oh, damn! Oh, damn! Hello, old friend. I hardly knew ye. I love the bath. Oh my god, oh, you know what I should do? Here, I'll do this right now for you guys. I'm gonna add more bath bombs to my wish list because I'm kind of almost all out of bath bombs. And if I add more bath bombs to my wish list, then you guys can buy me bath bombs from my wish list. I need bath bombs. I need bath bombs. Oh yeah, these ones look fucking sick. What's this? Some sort of bath bomb? Yeah, moisturize my fucking carapace. Add to wish list. Add to wish list. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just a recovering workaholic. Basically never chatted, but these past 5 years, things are getting a lot better and less toxic now. Oh my god, yay, I'm so excited. That's wonderful. You're literally the chatter I've always hoped for, where I'm like, you're just quietly listening, and then when the time is right, you'll be a productive member of the community, and together we will, I don't know, reach heights that neither one of us could ever imagine individually getting, but because we're greater than the sum of our parts and believe in each other long term, it's going to be good for all of us. Okay, so I've added a couple different bath bombs. Ooh! What are bubble bath bomb fizzies? What are bubble bath bomb fizzies? I want a fizz. I want the bubbles on my clit and ass. And then I really like these ones as well. These ones are so nice too. Okay, I added 8 billion bath bombs to my wish list. You guys go nuts. Mostly because it's going to be winter for at least another month, I think. Oh, Christ. I'm going to fucking kill myself in a video game. Still going to be winter for about another month, so I'm going to have to resist the urge to fucking die and give in to the darkness and cold that is... You gotta moisturize that carapace. What is carapace? Is that a bug's dead body? Or is that an appropriate word for the things that I'm using it as? I've seen toaster-shaped bath bombs and people were so mad at them. I love that. I love that. I love that because the reality is being able to joke about killing yourself gives you a type of freedom from the agony of life. That's it. I'm not actually killing myself, but I'm allowed to joke about stepping out of a situation that I feel like I fucking hate. And being able to recognize that and be seen for it is valuable. Oh my god, I'm so excited for winter to be done. I'm so excited for winter to be done. Wait a minute, is that actually V's belly button on Instagram? Am I dreaming? You guys really want my belly? I have a very sexy belly button and a very sexy belly. You guys are very lucky. Humor is empowering. It's incredibly healing as well. When I got dumped so viciously and so unfairly by that worthless, fucking disgusting sponge of a man, I felt so angry. That anger was so consuming. I had no idea how to coexist with it. I felt like I was so angry at him, I completely transformed into a different person entirely. And what brought me back to myself was laughter, was putting all of our text message conversations into ChatGPT because I don't want to feel I don't want to feel disconnected from reality. I want to feel more in touch with reality. So what I like about text messages, what I like about text message conversations is that it's a little bit objective. It's a little bit grounded in reality. It's not just what was said or how it was said. It's literally exactly what was said. The transcription of the conversation is there. And ChatGPT roasted the ever-loving shit out of him. And it's so wonderful, literally so incredible, like absolutely. It was so fun. It's so fun. Let's see if I can do it again. I'll ask ChatGPT to give me. Could you give me a stream safe, that means without too many personal details, roast of the magician? You know, the guy that I dated who dumped me so unfairly.
Alright, let's give this a go. The magician with his illusions and flair played his tricks and made you believe. Yet behind the facade, he was just a master of deceit, vanishing at the first sign of truth. But remember, it's not the illusions that define us, but the magic we create within ourselves. You have your own magic, far stronger and more genuine than any illusion he could ever conjure.
That wasn't really a roast. That was more just like a little inspirational speech, but so sweet. Please post more. Please post more of your belly button on Patreon. Well, now I don't want to. That's bad. This guy said that's literally the opposite of logic. I think you have a racist username. I think that your username is trying to say bitch black people, and I think that you're an idiot who no one should pay attention to. Did I just see through your disgusting attempt at a facade right away? Amazing. It's almost as if I'm using logic. I love the weaponized AI. It's so nice. It's so fun. It really helps. I think I'd have to go back to the conversations that we actually had where I put information in to get the good roasts, but I'm not going to do that on stream because I'm tired and bored and stream's over anyways, basically. Yeah. You know what's crazy, though? I feel like we banned a couple of people at the beginning, rightus? And then everybody sort of just figured their shit out for the vast majority of stream. And then just here right at the very end, there's that one weird comment, which is obviously easily dismissed because that guy's username was so offensive right off the get-go. Yeah. No, that's the thing, North Countryman. I'm just like, we definitely had bans, but they were like very quick and satisfying. Sometimes the bans feel like having to truly freeze off a wart. Yeah, sometimes the interactions with these fuckers online feels like having to use... What do they use to freeze off warts? Exactly. And it hurts. It actually hurts yourself to take out the infection of these people. But today, it kind of felt like cutting off split ends, you know? Where it was like, this doesn't feel like anything other than like a routine maintenance of the space. Isn't that interesting? Not even double digits. Yeah, I would say like maybe, if I had to guess, I would say there was 7 to 8 people banned today. Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, does that, I guessed right. Right, I said it was 8 and I said 7 to 8. Yay. Oh, I love the horseshoe cleaning videos. Oh, I love. You guys, I think I might be a horse girl. I don't know. I've never actually gotten close to horses before. But there's this restaurant that I like to go to, and the owner of the restaurant owns horses. So I'm wondering if I go to this restaurant enough, he'll want to fuck my brains out and let me ride his horse. Like, if I let him ride me, he'll let me ride his horse. It's liquid nitrogen is used to freeze warts off. Thank you, Clay Sky. Yeah. I was going to say nitrous, and I was like, nitrous doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Nitrogen sounds right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel like my ass and thighs were meant to ride horses because of their, like, intrinsic intelligence. The sort of mind of its own that my pelvis has. And my intense desire to continuously connect with living creatures. Oh my god, so excited. I'm excited to be a horse girl. Yay, horse girl. Anyways, I'm gonna go take more pictures of my belly button to post on Patreon for you guys. You guys are so funny. What turns you on, my friends? I'm glad I have horse girls in my life because they freak me the fuck out so I can just watch them and be cool from a distance. And more than that, what can anyone ask? And more than that, what could anyone ask for? Okay, thank you for hanging out with me. Tuesdays are such a Tuesday. Tuesdays are literally such Tuesdays. Who even knows what a Tuesday is like? Oh, go hang out with the fucking gaming couple. These guys are sick. Yeah, these guys are good people. Go hang out. Have a great day, my friends. I am going to do my best to be back tomorrow. Let's see who shows up tomorrow. Whee!